The session will start in a few minutes. Good morning. Okay. The webcam is not working.
Good morning, everybody. Ron, do you want to get us started, please?
Yes.
Okay,
Good
great.
morning. I'm Dr. Ron Puschi and would like to welcome all of you to our 19th annual joint venture New Jersey DEP and Air and Waste Management Association Regulatory Update Multimedia Virtual Conference. Hope you're all doing well during this pandemic with masks and social distancing. I work for New Jersey DEP Site Remediation Program. My background, I have a BS, MS, and PhD in chemical engineering with over 35 years of experience in the environmental field. I have been the contact person between the department and AWMA in organizing these conferences. This is a unique conference to hear directly from the department's top decision makers on the most current regulatory topics. We are honored to have Commissioner Catherine Mccabe and senior staff to speak at this conference. For the past 18 years, we had this conference in the public hearing room in Trenton with about 100 people. But this year, due to the pandemic, it's going to be virtual with over 400 people online. The presentation slides will be available on AWMA and the department's websites after the conference. The conference program and the schedule, a bio summary of all the speakers, the department's organizational chart, and the survey form for feedback are available in the handout section of the webinar. Please complete the survey form and let us know of future topics you would like to hear. I would like to thank all our speakers, moderators, IT team, AWMA, and all of you to make this conference possible. If you have any questions, please put it in the question section of the webinar, and we will try to get to as many questions as we can. Moderators for our morning sessions are Mike Schaefer from ERM, AWMA, and Assistant Director Lynn Mitchell from New Jersey DEP. Mike?
Thank you, Ron. Welcome everybody to the 19th annual regulatory update, continuing the tradition of New Jersey DEP's relationship with the Northern Central Jersey chapter to sponsor this event again this year. One of the advantages of having this remote is have more public outreach and more people available to participate in the conference. So definitely a different format this year, and we think we have a really good program for you today, and I hope you all enjoy. Next slide, please. So just an overview of the conference. This has been a joint venture between New Jersey DEP and our chapter, and it gives New Jersey DEP the ability to showcase all the environmental programs and upcoming regulations, and just to give everyone kind of the game plan for the year ahead. I can't believe it, but it's the 19th year. My 8th year being involved, first as a program chair and then as chair the last couple of years. And we are more than honored to have Commissioner Mccabe speak about the state of the department. And we're going to hit all the main areas of New Jersey DEP: air quality, site remediation, solid waste, land use, and water resources. Next slide, please. An overview of our chapter, and many folks here have contributed to the success of this program over the years, and I think you may have interacted with many of them. I'm the chair. Joanne Held, who's been a very valuable piece to our chapter for many, many years, is our past chair, but she's still greatly involved with our chapter. Many of you may have gotten emails from Mary daily at one time or another, as she sends out our email blasts and communicates with our members and folks that are interested in our programs. Gabby Carrasco, who's our secretary, who keeps us all in line and makes sure we're on time and meeting with everyone. Our treasurer, Fran Matthews, who has been a valuable piece to our chapter for many years. You may have heard from Sunila Gupta, our program chair, who helps coordinate all of our events. Ron Pastucci, who's been our NJDEP representative for the chapter and has been kind of the brains behind coordinating everyone for this program year on year. And then we have Paul Eisen, who's on our board here, and Chris Whitehead, who does our website and our webmaster and keeps all the content on our website updated. And our student liaison committee with Gabby and Jyoti Agarwal. Thank you all. And if you have any questions about our chapter, please reach out to any of us. We're a good group, a coordinated group, and we're a good mixed group of professionals, government employees, students, and folks from the public. So definitely really good coordinated chapter. And as you'll hear from Sunila later, we have some upcoming events which we think you all will be interested in. I will pass it over now to Lynn Mitchell to go through the rules of engagement for this event and to also introduce the commissioner. Thank you, Lynn.
Good morning, everybody. I am Lynn Mitchell. I am the Assistant Director of the Remediation Review Element within the Site Remediation Program at DEP. And I'm also the Manager of the Training Committee within the Site Remediation Program, which is why in that capacity I was asked to participate as moderator today during this presentation. So good morning, everybody. On the screen now is our agenda. As you can see, we have a very full day planned. This is available in your handout as a handout in the link on the right of your screen. Next slide, please. Some house rules. We will be accepting questions after every speaker. Please enter your questions in the question link on the side. And after you type your question, please hit the send button so that we will receive it. Next slide, please. Some last reminders, please keep your camera off and on mute. We will be using this camera function to alert the speakers when they have just a few minutes left of their presentation. So that is also a reminder to you to make sure you get your questions in by that point. We will be reading off as many of the questions as we can within the time frame allowed. We will do the best we can to address everybody's concerns. Please make sure you have your name and your affiliation with the question so we can get back to you at a later date if we don't have time to get to it now. Next slide, please. So I will now be introducing to you the Commissioner, Catherine Mccabe. Catherine Mccabe is a recognized leader in the environmental protection. She guides the Department in protecting DEP and public health. Under the Commissioner Mccabe, DEP is protecting, DEP's top priorities are reducing and responding to climate change, protecting DEP's, the state's water, revitalizing communities, and protecting public health, managing and promoting New Jersey's thriving natural resources, and strengthening the DEP. Commissioner Mccabe has guided the DEP since Murphy's administration took office in early 2018. Previously, she had a long career as an environmental lawyer and manager with the federal government, including the US EPA and the US Department of Justice. I could go on for many more minutes explaining all the many rewarding and interesting jobs that the commissioner had before she got here, but again, I'm going to refer you to the handout section where everybody's full bios are listed. And without further ado, Commissioner Mccabe.
Thank you, Lynn, for that introduction and for inviting me to speak with you today. I have been getting messages, as maybe some of you had, that our connections may have difficulty supporting the webcam function. So Lynn, I will ask you if at any time my speech is not clear to people, then just let me know and I will turn off the webcam. Despite the challenges of the pandemic that we're all struggling with, I am really grateful that we are able to connect virtually and carry on with this conference and with our business. I've been so impressed with our folks at DEP. We are managing to make great forward progress in implementing our programs and achieving our goals and priorities despite these challenges of the pandemic. And I'll get to those in a few minutes. Today, I'd like to start by recognizing and expressing my appreciation for the amazing continued dedication and resilience of my DEP colleagues. I would imagine that our fellow state agencies are showing similar resourcefulness. I hear that from my fellow commissioners and other states, and I want to thank and congratulate all of you on your continued dedication and collaboration with each other. As Lynn just mentioned, from the start of the Murphy administration, we've focused particularly on 5 priorities at DEP. 1, climate change, the great challenge of our times. Secondly, protecting our precious water, ever more important in times of climate change. Third is protecting public health and revitalizing our communities. And that, of course, includes our work on solid and hazardous waste, brownfields, and environmental justice. Fourth, protecting and promoting the state's amazing natural resources, because DEP is the custodian of the state's parks and wildlife management areas, and we are the trustee for our wildlife. So we have, to my previously federal way of thinking, the Department of the Interior, as well as EPA rolled in. We also have responsibility for marine resources, so we can compare ourselves to NOAA as well. And with this incredible breadth of responsibility, we have slightly fewer, I think only than 3,000, I think something in the range of 2,700 folks these days. So all of our folks are working really hard and stepping up to the bar here to make sure that they can continue to execute both the existing broad responsibilities of the department and the many new ones that are given to us by our legislature. I'll talk about a few of those later. And that's why our priority number 5 has to be strengthening the DEP. Strengthening the DEP, keeping up our morale, keeping up our resources in these times of stress are very, very important to all of us to enable us to continue to do the important work that we do. So today in my remarks, I'll focus on the first areas of priority work and highlight a few New Jersey accomplishments and areas of focus that I will mention. Yes.
I think you are correct.
Can you hear me, Lynn?
I can hear you, but you're correct that it is, we're having buffering issues.
I will close my webcam. Okay, I'm closing my webcam now. Does that improve the reception, Lynn?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Great. Okay, so I'm going to focus on climate change, protecting our water, and solid and hazardous waste and environmental justice. So climate change work first. There's 2 aspects to that, of course. One is mitigation, reducing our contribution to the world's greenhouse gas emissions. And secondly is resilience and adaptation. On the mitigation side, those of you who are familiar with New Jersey may know that we have had since 2007 a Global Warming Response Act in place to address greenhouse gas emissions. The legislature charged the state with reducing greenhouse gas emissions 20% by 2020 and 80% by 2050. Very forward thinking. New Jersey has done a great job. We've actually arrived at 2020 having achieved our goal of 20% reduction, but that occurred, not surprisingly, largely because of the conversion of coal and oil-fired power plants to natural gas. And getting to 80% reduction is going to be a much bigger lift. DEP recently issued the Global Warming Response Act report to our legislature, which makes it clear that to reach that 80% goal, we will need to basically electrify our transportation and building sectors. At the same time that we electrify those sectors, we also will need to ramp up our clean energy sources, or we would just be displacing GHG emissions from one sector to another. You'll hear a lot more about that today from Assistant Commissioner Paul Baldoff and his team, and they'll talk to you about our specific plans to do that. The governor, Governor Murphy, has been very committed to reducing the state's greenhouse gas emissions. From the beginning of the administration, he's made that commitment clear. In addition to the state's existing GWRA goal of reducing emissions by 80% by 2050, he added the goal of getting to 100% clean energy by 2050, meaning carbon-free energy. Our Energy Master Plan, issued early this year with the Board of Public Utilities, of course, taking the lead on that, lays out the pathway for achieving that goal. And you'll hear, I'm sure, lots more about that from Paul and his team later in the program. The governor also directed us out of the starting gate to rejoin Reggie, the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, that is the consortium of the Northeast states to reduce greenhouse gases. As you may know, that was established back in the 2006 to 2007 timeframe. Governor Christie pulled New Jersey out of it, which was a shame when he took office in 2010. And one of the first things we had to do when Governor Murphy took office was negotiate our way back into that. So we were very, very happy to rejoin our sister states in the Northeast. We issued earlier this year a Reggie strategic funding plan. The legislature gave us certain direction in the Global Warming Response Act about exactly how to distribute the Reggie funding proceeds, giving 60% of that decision-making to our Economic Development Authority, 20% to the Board of Public Utilities, and 20% to the DEP. So we are one of three voices, but we are all together with the BPU and the EDA on the same page in the strategic funding plan, committing ourselves to focus our Reggie proceed funds on reducing transportation emissions with a particular focus on environmental justice communities. In addition, the governor directed New Jersey's Board of Utilities, working with the DEP and again the EDA, to start up an offshore wind industry to provide a clean, renewable source of energy for New Jersey. The governor committed first to develop 3,500 megawatts of offshore wind capacity by 2030. And then he doubled down, more than doubled down, and committed to develop 7,500 megawatts of offshore wind energy by 2035. Two projects totaling 1,100 megawatts from our first solicitation are currently in development with the commitment of New Jersey funding support through renewable energy credits. And there is another solicitation pending to move along to our next phase of offshore wind development. So that is one of the most exciting developments that you see not only in New Jersey, but of course along the other states on our seaboard, on our eastern seaboard here, as we take advantage of the fact that we have this very, very wide shelf in the Atlantic Ocean along our northeast coast that provides ideal conditions for offshore wind, much better than what they had to face in Europe when they first got the offshore wind industry going there. So we are ideally situated, getting some expertise from the Europeans as we start developing this industry. And in fact, Ørsted is the company that has the first offshore wind solicitation project going off of the waters of New Jersey that are near Atlantic City. For the transportation sector, most important to us because it represents 42% of the greenhouse gas emissions of our state. The governor's state memorandum of understanding to promote electric vehicle use and put over 300,000 electric vehicles on the road in New Jersey by 2025. And put together with the commitments of the other states in that multi-state MOU, we can really start this industry going, the new electric vehicle industry in the next years. We're working hard on that. In 2019, the legislature passed an electric vehicle law that affirms that commitment made by the governor in the multi-state MOU of over 300,000 EVs on the road by 2025, and also adds several additional state goals and commitments. So the commitment of New Jersey's legislature and governor are quite united on the electric vehicle front. And the Board of Public Utilities is currently providing rebate incentives for the purchase of electric vehicles. The DEP has had for a while what we call It Pays to Plug In, a program that provides grants for local governments to install charging infrastructure. We've also mapped the locations where charging stations need to go. We've got that map done and soon ready to go public, I think, along for the major thoroughfares. And then we have plans to map more specifically into the community level next, looking for opportunities to place those charging stations where they will be most usefully located for our consumers and hopefully near the gas stations or typical gas station locations where our drivers already are used to fueling their vehicles. We have been using our VW settlement trust funds, which is the New Jersey's share of the national settlement for the Volkswagen, is from the Volkswagen settlement, which, as you may recall, was the scandal of Volkswagen having cheated on the emission controls on their vehicles. The boon of that settlement was to give a lot of funds for investment to states as well to provide grants for electrification of vehicles and equipment. We have focused particularly on vehicles and equipment such as port handling equipment that affect our environmental justice communities, giving grants for projects such as electrifying the buses that go through our most vulnerable communities and on which they rely for transportation, and electrifying garbage trucks, as well as port equipment that affects those EJ communities that tend to be co-located with the ports. And you will hear a lot more about this one, but I want to call to your attention that New Jersey, in something that we call New Jersey Pact, are protecting against climate threats commitment to begin rule development to require reductions in GHG emissions directly through regulation under the Clean Air Act authority that we already have here in New Jersey. This is especially important given the loss of momentum that we have suffered in the past 4 years about efforts at the federal level, although I hope to see that change in the near future. But here's what we're considering in New Jersey. Additional CO2 reduction strategies for stationary sources that we already permit and regulate to further reduce their CO2 emissions. More can be done. Additional stationary source strategies for both EGUs, electric generating units, and boilers, including greenhouse gas performance standards for both new and existing units. And setting a carbon intensity standard for fossil fuels are things that we are looking at. We're also considering strategies to reduce emissions from medium and heavy duty trucks, including the California rules to expedite the electrification transition of these vehicles. We're also looking at starting up, we don't have it right now, inspection of medium duty vehicles in New Jersey, as well as more strategies targeted at port specific drayage vehicles. It's particularly important for us to focus on these types of vehicles because they do have so much effect, not only on GHG emissions, but also on the air quality from emissions of things like NOx and adding to the existing ozone transport load that we have already on our vulnerable communities in New Jersey, which is such an important factor in affecting public health in our vulnerable communities where we see sky-high asthma rates. In addition, we're looking at strategies to reduce emissions from the cargo handling. We have EJ communities located near our ports, but also near airport, particularly I think of Newark Airport, and the ground support equipment that is needed for that on diesel now, but is in the process of electrifying. We're helping to boost that along with grants, and the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey also has some ambitious projects to move that effort along. We're also looking at what can be done for ocean-going vessels and harbor craft in the port areas to reduce their emissions. I'm sure you'll hear a lot more about this in the course of the day. DEP will be talking about these strategies in further sessions both this morning and this afternoon. So flipping over to the other side of climate change, the resilience and adaptation side, New Jersey typically, for many years, has focused on coastal resilience and flooding, as we saw most dramatically with the arrival of Superstorm Sandy. I think that was 2012. We are very vulnerable in our coastline to the increased storms as well as sea level rise that we see occurring with climate change. We have long had beach restoration and flood control projects with the Corps of Engineers. We were able to get quite a bit of post-Sandy funding. We and New York in particular were able to do a lot of beach restoration and other projects to help us prepare and increase our resilience for future storms. New Jersey DEP also has several projects that have been going on and that are really exciting for local resilience planning in our coastal communities. We also, for many years, have been doing dam safety work on and continue to do that on our many flooding rivers and streams. Like New York, again, we have had some what we call rebuild by design projects going. Those were funded by HUD after Sandy as part of the federal disaster funding. And we have some very exciting projects that are nearing design completion for both Hoboken and the Meadowlands area of New Jersey that were so heavily impacted by the storm surge and Superstorm Sandy, as well as some predecessor hurricanes. In addition, we have the Blue Acres buyout program in New Jersey, which helps to assist people who need assistance in what we call moving to safer areas. Some homes that are subject to repeated flooding will not be able to rebuild sustainably. And for people who need assistance to be able, financially, to be able to move to safer areas, we buy out those homes. We have been able, with infusion of Sandy funding, to buy out homes at pre-storm market rates, which makes a big difference to enabling those families to move to other locations. And then we demolish the homes in those areas. We try to buy them up in tracts that can make a difference for building resilience projects to help against our future storms and sea level rise. With Executive Order 89, that was Governor Murphy's direction to us, we have been taking also a more comprehensive approach than these post-storm reactive approaches in forming an interagency climate council in New Jersey. We have a chief resilience officer appointed. Dave Rosenblatt is the state's chief resilience officer. He's also the assistant commissioner of the DEP's Office of Climate Resilience and Flooding. And Dave and the council are charged with developing a statewide climate resilience strategy, which we are busily at work on. Following our principle of using the best available science, we started this work with a scientific report on climate change, which was the state's first attempt to bring together all the science that we have available to us, not only on the general global trends, but on New Jersey specific trends and projections. We issued this in June, and this is intended to inform all of the work that we do on climate change. It gives us very specific numbers to work with for some things like sea level rise, because we have the benefit of some of the world's best experts here at New Jersey's universities on sea level rise numbers. They are also able to tell us what changes there have been so far in sea level rise and temperature. Unfortunately for both of those, New Jersey, as well as probably some other of our sister states along the coast, are seeing and need to expect in the future more sea level rise and temperature increases than the average because of our coastal location. New Jersey is particularly vulnerable because we have a subsiding coastal plain. Geologic subsidence is occurring at the same time that sea level rise is occurring. So all of these numbers are really, really important to us to enable us to plan for the future. So as part of our New Jersey Pact regulatory effort, we have a comprehensive effort going on to revise our state's land use regulations. I think you'll hear more about that today as well. The state's land use authority primarily applies in the coastal areas and in areas of inland flooding. And that will be revised to take this new scientific information that we have into account. As you may know, when FEMA looks at the sea level rise numbers, they look to the past, and when they look at their flooding levels that we all need to plan for and build to, they're looking past, and we can't afford to continue to do that when we know that the sea level rise is increasing, and we now have some specific numbers that tell us just how much by when in our future. So as you can see, New Jersey is very, very busy on the climate change front, and we look forward today to sharing our work and having an exchange of ideas with all of you later in today's sessions. Turning to our second priority, protecting our water. The water, of course, that we mean is our drinking water, but also our surface water and our groundwater, which are not only our source of drinking water, but also our surface waters are incredibly important to the protection of our fish and our wildlife and our fishing industry here in New Jersey, which is quite robust. We have many, many aspects of water contamination to pay attention to, but the one that I will focus on today, because it is the issue of the moment, not only at the state level, but at the national level, is Pfas, perfluoroalkylated substances, which come in thousands of varieties of compounds. You may have had the opportunity of seeing the film Dark Waters, starring Mark Ruffalo, which was issued at some point in the past year. I think I seem to remember seeing that in the theater. So maybe it's getting to be longer than a year ago at this point. But that movie focused on the first recognition at a DuPont, or near a DuPont facility in West Virginia, that the Pfas that were produced there, and that one particularly was PFOA, had contaminated the water supply and had a profound effect on the health of the people who lived in the surrounding community. New Jersey has been a leader in addressing these emerging contaminants, starting back as early as 2012, or I think even before that. But in 2012, the EPA's UCMR study, that's the periodic survey of unregulated contaminants that EPA does to assess what additional compounds that we have not regulated yet we should be worried about. So that UCMR study in New Jersey showed that about 10% of our water supplies may be contaminated with PFAS compounds, which is the highest rate of contamination in the country. So toxicologists from the New Jersey DEP and the New Jersey Department of Health, and we are very lucky to have some of the finest in the country, as well as the scientists on our Drinking Water Quality Institute, have been at the forefront of the scientific research on the health threats that are posed by those contaminants. and determining a safe and appropriate level for their regulation. Unfortunately, EPA has not been willing to take a leadership role, particularly in the past 4 years in dealing with those contaminants. So we have faced with EPA's only giving us what is frankly an outdated health advisory level that we do not believe is protective of public health. We have moved ahead, and I believe we were the first state to set an MCL, a maximum contaminant level for drinking water in the country for a Pfas compound. The first one we started with was PFNA, which is found at a particular location along the Delaware River, and it contaminated water supplies there. And this year, we also set MCLs for two more commonly found PFAS contaminants, Pfas and PFOA. Those levels were set at 13 and 14 parts per trillion. Yes, very low levels, because the health research, the toxicological research, shows us that those levels are absolutely necessary to protect public health over the long term when people are exposed to these compounds through their drinking water. We also set our groundwater quality standards, as we do in New Jersey, at the same level, as well as our standards for discharge to groundwater, because groundwater is a source of drinking water, a major source of drinking water in New Jersey. Recognizing that there's significant expense involved in treating water supplies to remove these contaminants, and that the water systems will be looking for sources of funds to meet those obligations, we look to the time-honored and fair principle of polluter pays, and we are bringing that to bear in New Jersey. We know where some, but not all, of the sources of these contaminants are. New Jersey has long been home to a large number of chemical and other companies that use PFAS compounds in their processes. And we issued early this year directives to 5 major companies, including DuPont and 3M, the manufacturer, the original manufacturer of many of those compounds, directing them both to disclose where the chemicals have been used or generated in New Jersey, and to clean up that contamination, and to pay for the natural resources damage that they have caused. This week, we filed suit against Solvay, Specialty Polymers, and Arkema Inc., who were responsible for that widespread contamination of PFNA that I mentioned along the Delaware River. It was discharged from what is now a Solvay facility in Gloucester County, and it polluted public as well as private water supply wells. And although Solvay has done some work, they have not done enough to step up and take the full responsibility that they need to compensate the public and to compensate private owners as well, who have their water supply wells permanently contaminated. So we are unfortunately having to go to litigation with Solvay in order to make sure that the companies that are responsible for that contamination do the right thing and don't leave the public and the poor owners of those private wells to pay for that damage. Solvay contends that there are other sources. We have firm evidence that Solvay is the main source of the contamination that we have found, but they will get their day in court to try to shift some of that expense to other companies, I'm sure. But in the meantime, it is most essential that the polluter pays principle prevail and that the public be made whole before we sort out what is whose responsibility down to the last detail, as we have spent so many decades doing under the Superfund law. Turning to DEP's third priority, protecting public health and revitalizing our communities. As I mentioned, that includes our work on solid and hazardous waste, and certainly at this point, hazardous substances in New Jersey include those PFAS compounds that we have set regulatory limits on. It also includes our work on brownfields and environmental justice. In addition, we have some exciting new directions from our legislature this year to deal with food waste and plastics. New Jersey has adopted a plastic bag ban that will be kicking in either next year or the year after, depending on these what I believe the particular substance is that we're dealing with. There's plastic bags, and there's also some polystyrene that is banned, although I think the legislature gave the restaurants a little more time, or restaurants and I suppose the retailers of grocery stores a little more time to adjust to that. We've also got some upcoming changes in our site remediation regulations for our licensed site remediation professional program, and our ongoing brownfields work and community collaborative initiative, which we have expanded from the original 4 communities that we work with now to 12 communities, where we have a DEP person that is particularly assigned and embedded with working with a particular community. These are generally environmental justice communities, to identify not only brownfields opportunities, but other opportunities to leverage resources and bring the state to, and all the state's resources from other departments as well, to bear in assisting these communities to revitalize. I'm sure Mark Peterson and others will be giving you lots of highlights from these programs in the course of the program today. I believe Mark is speaking right after me. And finally, our new environmental justice law is probably the one that's getting the most attention, rightly so. In September, New Jersey became the first state in the nation to pass an environmental justice law that actually has some teeth to better protect the minority and low-income communities in New Jersey from the cumulative impacts of pollution when pollution sources are concentrated in their neighborhoods, as they too often are. The law requires DEP to take environmental justice into consideration when it's issuing a permit under the state's environmental statutes for certain types of facilities when they are located in what the legislature designated as overburdened communities. They are defined as census block groups where the low-income population is over 35%, or the minority population is over 40%, or the population with limited English proficiency is over 40%. The law applies to applicants for DEP permits for major sources of air pollution, such as power plants, cogeneration facilities, resource recovery facilities, or incinerators. It also applies to sludge processing facilities and sewage treatment plants with a capacity of more than 50 million gallons per day. It applies as well to transfer stations or solid waste facilities and recycling facilities that receive at least 100 tons of recyclable material per day. In addition, it covers scrap metal facilities, which are quite frequently located in environmental justice neighborhoods, and it applies to landfills, and it covers medical waste incinerators unless they are at hospitals and universities. The law applies at the time of permit application for a new or an expanded facility, or the renewal of an existing permit for an existing facility. And what it requires is that the applicant has to prepare an environmental justice impact statement that identifies both the existing sources of pollution and other public health stressors in that community, remember, defined on a census block group, as well as the impact that the facility itself will have, the additional impact it will have if the permit is granted. And if the cumulative adverse public health impact of all these facilities together in a particular neighborhood is high compared to most average neighborhoods, the DEP is required to deny the permit for a new facility. In the case of an existing facility that's being expanded or renewed, we do not have the authority to deny, but we can add conditions to the permit to protect public health of the people in that neighborhood. This law will go into effect once DEP issues regulations, and we have begun our rulemaking process with stakeholders. As you can imagine, it's generating lively discussion, and there will be lots more discussion as we go forward in developing the rules to carry out this exciting new law. I'm very excited not only about this law, but about all the work that I've been talking about and that others will talk about today. And I'm confident that we will be able to find the right balance in all the work that we do between protecting public health and the environment and enabling our economy and our communities to continue to thrive. I look forward to our discussion today, and I wish you all a very good conference.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I appreciate your speaking here today, as we all do. And you were so thorough. There have been no questions that from the audience. So thank you very much. And I will hand over my moderating role to Mike.
Hello, everyone. So next speaker up is Assistant Commissioner Mark Peterson. Mark Peterson is the Assistant Commissioner for the Site Remediation and Waste Management Program. Previously, Mr. Peterson served as the Director of Land Use Regulation, where he was responsible for overseeing land use permitting programs. He has worked closely with the Governor's Office of Recovery and Rebuilding and the Federal Emergency Management Agency to facilitate recovery efforts and rebuilding of New Jersey's coastal areas in the aftermath of Superstorm Sandy. He also serves as the chairman of the New Jersey Site Remediation Professional Licensing Board, which oversees the licensing and performance of site remediation professionals. Welcome, Mr. Peterson.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Michael. I guess I have nothing to say since I think the commissioner covered basically everything. I'm just kidding. It's wonderful to follow the commissioner because she gives such level of detail and such a dynamic speaker. One, I would like to take a moment just to do a couple call outs. First, I have to thank Mike Pucci, who has been tenacious in ensuring that this was put together, my involvement, and he's done a great job in putting this together from my perspective. I also wanted to acknowledge a member of AWMA, which is Joanne Held. Joanne Held is also, as you heard in my bio, I'm the chairman of the Site Remediation Professional Licensing Board. She is the vice chair, and she's also taken on the responsibility to be the chair of our rule committee. Joanne dedicates a great deal of time, as do many of the other board members, to the success of the program. And I just wanted to acknowledge her and thank her for her efforts. Next, please. I'd like to speak to you about some of the site remediation initiatives that we have going on. These initiatives strive to achieve the goals and priorities of the department and the Commissioner Mccabe, particularly working to revitalizing our communities and protecting public health. We'll start with some highlights of the site remediation program and end with some regarding the solid and hazardous waste updates. Next slide, please. During the challenging times due to COVID, we at DEP have been working to provide the regulated community the guidance needed to continue our operations and the operations of the regulated community. On the slide, you'll see we've got a few links up there. We suggest that you check out the DEP webpage if you have not, which includes all DEP programs. The site remediation program has also been communicating COVID updates via listservs. And here's a couple important ones for you to understand or to touch on. As COVID evolved, on March 26, we issued a listserv providing some clarification to Executive Order 107 regarding essential operations which could continue, which included remediation. On April 2nd, the program established dedicated email address so we could receive electronic submittals that we didn't have online services. This was to better enable us to be able to distribute this information to our staff and be more responsive and thorough with the regulated community. On April 22nd, we issued another COVID document update to clarify EO 102 which basically determined that remediation is essential. On April 24th, we issued a notice of rule waiver modification and suspension pursuant to Executive Order 103 to extend certain remediation timeframes, which had been delayed due to COVID by 90 days. Again, in August, we updated that because, as we all know, COVID continued longer than many of us thought in the beginning for an additional 180 days for a total of 270 days. And we also included certain key remedial action mandatory timeframes extensions. Our program, just like others in the department, have been working very hard to get remote access and hardware to staff, working to make sure submissions are as easy as possible during this time. We have resumed our field work. We've done it to ensure that our staff, though, is protective. We ensure that we have social distancing, whether in the field or in the building, and we're all wearing masks at all times. If you were to come to our DEP building, you would notice it's a little different when you walk in the door. You walk in designated doors, you follow paths, you get temps, and we, like the rest of the regulated community and people out there, are protecting our staff and ourselves from COVID. Next. Let's start with the status of the program, then we'll move into some of the current initiatives. Here's a look at the past 8 years of the site remediation program. One of our missions was to reduce the number of contaminated sites in New Jersey. Prior to the Site Remediation Reform Act in 2009, the total active cases hovered over 20,000 per year. Active cases that are on this slide include LSRP cases, unregulated tank cases, and traditional oversight cases. I'm happy to report that we made our goal of reducing the contaminated sites below 14,000. In addition, if you add up the numbers, we've closed over 38,000 sites. Next slide, please. The LSRP program was fully implemented in 2012, and it represents a large portion of the active cases that you saw on the last slide. As of October 2020, of the 13,755 active sites, 10,649 are LSRP cases. Try to say that quick. There are 689 LSRPs working in the state licensed today. Another way that we measure success is evaluating the RAOs that are issued, response action outcomes. They are issued by LSRPs and are done independent of the department, although we review and inspect every document that comes in. RAOs are final remediation documents, which are equivalent to the no further action letters of old. As of October, 16,057 RAOs were submitted by LSRPs since the inception of the program. This slide shows the number of RAOs that have been submitted through the years from 2011 through 2019. Next, please. My highest priority truly is, and for our program, is contamination which affects directly the citizens of the state. The term we use is immediate environmental concerns. Most of you may know that these are problems show up when contamination is near or under receptors. And in many cases, it's someone's home and it has people in it. Contamination impacts potable wells, making them unsuitable for drinking, or compromising the indoor air in residents and structures due to vapor intrusion. It's important to note that there's a staff member in my office assigned to every IEC case, whether that is being done by a responsible party or is being done with our public funds through our staff ourselves. Here are some of the stats for open and closed cases in IEC's cases. As you can see, there's 568 active cases. That would give everyone pause. Oh my goodness, there's this many sites out there and this much exposure. I look at the number as rather that it's a positive. We've proactively identified these potential exposures. And with every case that we deal, our first priority on these is receptor controls, whether they're interim or final. If there's a potable well that's impacted, we ensure that there's bottled water provided. If there's a subslab issue or a vapor intrusion, we do interim measures to try to minimize the exposure while we're ultimately determining the scope and extent of a subslab depressurization system. Next, please. One of the key components to the LSRP program are remediation deadlines. This is where responsible parties must meet and submit key documents under these for remediation milestones. As I mentioned earlier, due to COVID, we extended certain timeframes across the board. In addition, it should be noted that in May of next year, there's a deadline approaching for many cases. This deadline is based on statutory requirements that were put in SARA to get old cases back into compliance. We're currently evaluating whether or not the impacts of COVID will affect those timeframes, and we'll keep you appraised. One of the things that's really important that we communicate to people is that we have to keep an ongoing communication. If LSRPs and responsible parties feel that they're not going to make their mandatory or regulatory deadlines, they should evaluate whether or not they can get an extension. If they feel that they have the basis, they should submit it to the department, and then we can provide the extensions as appropriate. If the answer is no, or they're determined that they aren't eligible for the extension, I recommend that they contact our enforcement investigation unit to discuss resolving the penalty exposure and possibly earn adjustments to direct oversight. We also encourage other parties who are conducting remediations that have outstanding violations to engage us before we engage them by signing an administrative consent order, which would be more favorable than if we were taking an enforcement action. Again, I would indicate, as on the slide, to contact our duty officer within our enforcement group. The next thing I would like to discuss is something not so new, but I think it's a tremendous thing and I have to speak about it. Next slide. I believe I shared this with you last year. And as you can see on the left side, some of you may recognize that piece of paper. I myself have never gotten one, nor do I intend to. But you may have gotten one when you were driving down the road, maybe with a heavy foot, or other reasons. These are municipal tickets. This municipal ticketing program is fundamentally based on that the department can take actions for violations of state law in municipal court. We started this program in 2014, and between that and 2020, we've issued 208 tickets, and the courts have assessed $454,700 in penalties. These are not penalties that we assessed waiting for the courts to render. These are ones that have been administered by the courts. And yes, as I said last year, failure to report sometimes has turned into warrants being put for people's arrests due to their lack of coming to court. Important thing about this is these cases can be resolved in many instances within 3 to 6 months. Our traditional enforcement cases usually take anywhere from 3 to 6 years or more. Next, please. As the commissioner touched on, one of the hot topics in our remediation world is contaminants of emerging concern. They're those chemicals that have recently been shown to occur in the environment and have been identified relatively recently as potential environmental or public health risks. An example of these are the Pfas, or forever compounds as they are known, since they don't degrade. Pfas has been used in a wide variety of industrial and commercial processes and products, including but not limited to electroplating, metal finishing, vapor mist suppression, stain repellents, electronics, aerospace. I'm going to breathe. automotive, insecticides, herbicides, adhesives, varnishes, paints, as well as coatings for textiles and papers. A lot of uses. To comply with the technical requirements for the site remediation, which is New Jersey Administrative Code 7:26E, all contamination, including all discharges of hazardous substance, hazardous waste, and pollutants must be addressed. Pfas, if discharged to the waters and lands of the state, are contaminants and must be remediated using an LSRP. When the site or the area of concern under remediation is currently or formerly occupied by facilities that manufactured, stored, handled, or use contaminants of emerging concerns, LSRPs must consider these contaminants during their investigations and remedial actions. LSRP must evaluate the site for potential spills releases through the various media. As the commissioner touched on June 1st, there were some rule amendments for PFOA and PFOS. Groundwater quality standards and MCLs were established, as she indicated, for PFOA and PFOS at 14 and 13 ppt respectively. They were also listed both as hazardous substances. As the commissioner also indicated, PFNA had already been established at 13 parts per trillion and was listed as a hazardous substance in 2018. And as part of this rule initiative, the Private Well Testing Act was also amended to require testing for PFNA, PFOA, and PFOS. By reference in our rules, we adopt these standards as remediation standards and thereby are enforceable. While we're on the topic of rule initiatives, the next two slides will discuss both site remediation and solid waste rule initiatives. Next slide, please. Our remediation standards appeared in the April 6, 2020 New Jersey Register. We extended the comment period to August 4th, 2020, and our rule committee is working on a response to comments for adoption. The adoption must be filed with the Office of Administrative Law with 1 year of the proposal, as we all know, which would be April 5th of 2021. Also, as you are aware, SARA 2.0 came, some amendments to the Site Remediation Reform Act. Due to these amendments, both the board and SRP are amending their rules to reflect changes based on that legislation and other changes based on lessons learned. As you may be aware, the board and the program have very two distinctive roles in administering this program. The board oversees the licensing and conduct of LSRPs, while the program oversees the remediation work done by RPs through their LSRPs. We're hoping to have both rules coordinated to appear in the register at the same time. Next, please. In our recycling world, which there's a lot of attention, as we all know, due to the China sword and some of the bans, there's concerns regarding the integrity of our recycling industry and ensuring that we have markets. But some of the things we're working on right now is amendments to do specific section in our recycling rules. First is the e-waste provisions in section 13, and the other is the exemptions in section 1.4. In section 13, we're strengthening and streamlining manufacturer reporting requirements, establishing criteria for credit determinations, notifications, and requirements for a credit tracking and trading program, along with other proposed changes as we deem necessary. In section 1.4, the goal of the revision is to exempt recycling rules is to minimize the adverse impact, create better enforceability, enhance coordination, remove problematic and unnecessary exemptions, and also add new exemptions as necessary. One of the goals is to ensure that recycling centers, whether it be a Class B, C, or D, and exempt recycling facilities are on a level playing field so that every entity involved in the industry is treated fairly. As the commissioner mentioned, we also have the New Jersey Pact initiative. Executive Order number 100 required DEP to adopt regulations that establish greenhouse gas monitoring and reporting program, establish criteria to govern and reduce emissions of carbon dioxide and short-lived climate pollutants, and to integrate climate change considerations such as sea level rise into DEP's regulations and permitting programs. I assume Paul Baldoff, who will be following me, will probably speak to this in more detail, in addition to probably taking a shot at my presentation, because every year he seems to have fun and I am his comic relief. By the way, both SRP and the solid waste regulations are dependent upon design standards for sea level rise and flooding, which are found in regulations and other programs such as land use management and air quality. Our program will continue to evaluate and amend its rules to be consistent with the New Jersey rule efforts by other DEP programs. The EJ law that the commissioner spoke so detailed about is something that is very intimate and involved within the site remediation and solid waste program. Executive Order number 23 required DEP to take a leadership in developing guidance for all executive branch departments and agencies for the consideration of environmental justice and implementing of their statutory and regulatory responsibilities. And the EJ law required DEP to evaluate the environmental and public health impacts of certain facilities on overburdened communities when reviewing certain permit applications. Some of them that directly impact our solid waste program, as the commissioner touched on, are transfer stations, solid waste facilities, recycling facilities that receive less than 100 tons, at least 100 tons of recyclable material today, scrap metal facilities, landfills, and medical waste incinerators, except those attendant to hospitals and universities. Our program is working with our Office of Environmental Justice and Office of Legal Affairs as DEP promulgates these regulations and implement these new EJ law requirements. Next slide, please. The Community Collaborative Initiative. It's interesting, this has evolved through our program, but is an integral part of an environmental justice initiative. CCI works closely with diverse partners in urban communities to support their vision for revitalization and growth. It allows the DEP staff to have a presence in the community, not as a regulator, but rather a resource and an advocate. I think that is most important because many times we as a regulatory agency try to get involved with different community impacts, but we're viewed to be an outsider. This allows us, through the members that are listed on this slide, to have people that are there to work with the community, to advocate for the community. It provides a holistic view of the community's concerns, and it transcends, as the commissioner said, all DEP programs. We try to help with issues that are within the community. And by the way, not just within the department, but within other state agencies. So switching gears, let's go to the solid and hazardous waste updates. Next, please. As you can see, top on the slide is Recycled Coach, and it says download it today. This is an app that the department has purchased for the entire state. It's available free to everyone in New Jersey. What's important is there's a great deal of divergency and variability between municipalities and counties on what can be and cannot be recycled. This tool, if you get it, can educate you on what can be recycled and what cannot. By understanding what can be recycled, it will increase the quality of the stream and will lead to an increased quality of material output. One of the things in our recycling industry that we will be focusing on in the near future, and well, I should say we already are, and in the future, is the markets to ensure that we do have ways for these outputs to be collected, reutilized, and put back into productive use. Responsibility for recycling is not for somebody else to do. I know we all know it. It's for all of us to do. The department also initiated the Recycling Right campaign. The campaign was designed to address problematic issues of recycling contamination. For example, the situation where people put unacceptable items in the recycling bin. It's not because people are lazy. It's because people want to recycle and they're hoping, and it's hopeful recycling. But that hopeful recycling does compromise and contaminate our recycling stream. The campaign includes 20 graphics and captions that address recycling contamination, including graphics on common items that contaminate our recycling stream, which include plastic bags, auto parts, garden hoses, and styrofoam cups, to name a few. The campaign was provided to our counties, municipalities, businesses, and industry for their use. It's interesting. When we talk about recycling, I think I probably brought the story last year, but I still fight it. In my own house, my bride, who now ensures everything is rinsed thoroughly, puts it in our recycling bin that is on our back porch before we put them in the containers. Because she's rinsed them out, puts them in a plastic bag because she doesn't want the moisture to get on the back porch, which is all good. And then when it's recycling day, I go out to my can, I look in the container, and there's all of my recycling in plastic bags inside the recycling can. So I proceed to then dump out and pull all of those bags out of the recycling stream before I set it out to the side. The point of this is, even being the assistant commissioner of the Site Remediation and Waste Management Program and having an amazing wife and children, recycling still is a challenge. But together, I think we'll all be able to accomplish it. Next slide, please. So it's interesting. I think I said this last year, but these statistics just absolutely bog my mind. Americans throw out the equivalent of $218 billion worth of food each year. Reducing food waste, or I prefer to refer to it as wasted food, by 15% could feed 25 million Americans. Large volumes of uneaten food are disposed in our landfills, as we all know, contributing to 16% of the US methane emissions. On an average, a person generates 3.5 pounds of food waste per week, of which 68% is potentially edible. I must admit, I have a director that works for me, and I know that he is not throwing away 68% of potentially edible food. I think he's probably exceeded that number or lessened it into the negatives, because Ken Clue makes sure that he eats everything. If it smells good, tastes good, or is marginal, it doesn't go in the recycling. Wasted food is a term I like to use versus food waste. Wasted food makes it personal to each of us. And we all know we can do something to change that. And here's some thoughts. Inventory your refrigerator before shopping. Date labels are indicators of food quality, not safety. Therefore, for food that is past the sell-by date is often edible. Ken Clue can attest to that. Taste it and smell it. The date label terms, which are sell by, best by, used by food manufacturers in the processing industries to label their products, are not related to food safety or health-based expiration. Confusion over the meaning of these terms contributes to many unnecessary food waste being discarded. I always love this one. Enjoy planning a leftover night to clean out your refrigerator. Be creative. Free surplus food right away and keep a list up to date of what's in your freezer. If you don't keep a list, it might be in the bottom and you may find it in 3 to 4 years. Plan to purchase and only buy what you plan to eat. And avoid buying bulk unless you will eat it. Some of my programs say I should lessen my purchase of bulk. Keep track of how much you throw away. You discard more than you may think. Consider buying less of what ends up in your garbage. Our goal is to reducing food waste by 50% in the year of 2030. Help us get there. You also may have a little extra spending cash. Moving on to other hot topics. Next slide, please. As mentioned by the Commissioner, the plastic ban bill was signed into law on November 4th. The law prohibits the provisions or sale of single-use plastic and single-use carry-out bags. It requires food service businesses to cease using polystyrene with some conditions, limits provisions of single-use plastic straws, and appropriates money that would be collected to the Clean Communities program to public fund education, to name a few. We currently are doing rulemaking in response to this law. The department is required to perform new administrative tasks under this law, including processing requests for exemption and waivers for various provisions and supporting the Plastic Advisory Council, which will be put in place, to name a few. As you all can see, we have a lot on our plate. We've met our challenges during COVID and before. We continue to do our jobs and appreciate all the support of our stakeholders and the regulated community through this difficult time. And before I end, I just wish to wish all of you that you stay well and please be safe. Thank you.
Okay, we have a few questions from the audience, and I will read them in the order they came in. First one's from Charles Malaniak. What ratio of closed SRP cases does the UHOT program make up?
Okay, the UHO team is the UHOT, unregulated heating oil tank cases. So as you can see, with the amount of closed cases, a large percentage of that 38,000 cases are UHOT cases. These are residential tank cases which subsurface evaluators clean up. One of the things I have to tell you within my program, when those cases are completed and submitted to the department issues a no further action letter on those. My group prides itself to turning those around in most instances within 24 hours, because we recognize a lot of those cleanups are based on transactions of residential house sales.
Great. Okay, next question is from Christine Locklear. Is the recycling app relevant more to homeowners or for businesses?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Is the recycling app relevant more to homeowners or for businesses?
Well, I would say it's relevant to all individuals that recycle in the state. And let me give you an example. Although the DEP building at 401 East State Street in Mercer County is not a business, we have a contract to manage our recycling with Burlington County. So we need to know what's recyclable in Burlington County, not what's recyclable in Mercer County. So the answer to her question is yes, I think the app is not just limited to homeowners. And if I said that, I stand corrected. It's applicable to everyone who recycles within those respective communities. There's a lot more on that app than just recycling, and I would encourage everyone. There's well over 200 municipalities that have fully invested in that app. And it talks not just about recycling, but also trash pickup, alternative days, and other issues that may be coming up in that community or county.
Okay. We have a question regarding extensions. I'm going to try to paraphrase. It's long. Understanding that it's 2 weeks away, it sounds like from your presentation that we should not wait when LSRP's judgment is the deadline will not be met, apply for the extension, correct?
What the question is the deadline, I believe that is being referenced, and I could be wrong, is that we suggested that no one submit their application for an extension prior to 6 months of that May 21 deadline. I'm not saying to change that at all. The goal is that is when we're going to start receiving those application extensions. Of course, you can still work on them and get them ready to submit at that time.
Okay, we'll do one more question, and this is from Sarah Bates. Regarding food waste, is there any guidance in public outreach regarding composting?
You know, Sarah, I can get back to you. Off the top of my head, I don't know of any recent that we've put out regarding composting. I apologize. You got me on that one.
Okay. And then we'll do the last question since there's only one more from Alexa Lalonde, pardon me. What is the status of NJDP adopting soil standards for PFAS?
We are currently waiting as it relates to soil standards, as everyone, and I did not cover this. Currently, we are waiting for methodologies and sampling protocols for soil standards. We've been waiting for the federal government to put together, I'm trying to recall what the term of art I want to use, to develop the methodologies and sampling protocols. So to answer the question, we can develop a standard. The challenge that we have is the methods and sampling ability to analyze that is currently being evolved. We recognize that as a challenge. There are some modified methods that are out there that people are using, but we have not come out with a formal standard as of this date.
Okay, thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner. You're welcome. To introduce the next speaker, I turn it over to Lynn.
Thank you, Mike. It is my pleasure now to introduce Assistant Commissioner Paul Baldock. He has served as the Assistant Commissioner of Air Quality, Energy, and Sustainability, which consists of 2 divisions, one air quality and climate, clean energy, and radiation protection. Since 2016, he has served in that role. He also serves as New Jersey State's Liaison Officer to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission and is the State's Commissioner to the Atlantic Compact Commission for Low-Level Radioactive Waste. What a mouthful. Paul joined the department in 1987 as an engineer in the water quality program. He moved to radiation protection and release prevention in 2003 and rose to the post of Director of Environmental Safety and Health in 2010. He was the Director of the Division of Energy and Security and Sustainability, responsible for the oversight and operation of nuclear engineering, environmental radiation, and X-ray compliance. It is my pleasure to introduce Paul Baldock.
Thank you, Lynn. You know, Mark made a shot about me always making fun of him, but, you know, we're all virtual now. And, you know, with his advanced age, I don't like to make fun of him because he doesn't take criticism so well. Plus, I'm pretty sure he's on his way to his morning nap, so I don't want to interfere with that. But good morning, everyone. I'm going to talk to you today about our Global Warming Response Act 80/50 report. Next slide, please. So in 2006, we were tasked by the legislature to reduce emissions by 80%, greenhouse gas emissions by 80% by the year 2050. And as you can see from this chart, if you look at the blue line, those are our actual emissions from 2006 till 2018. And if you look very, very far down to the lower right, you'll see our goal in 2050. So we have a significant reduction we have to meet. There was an interim reduction we had to meet in 2020, which we met very early on, as you can see. But the 2050 reduction, we have significant work to do. And I'll say this a few times during the presentation, but the bottom line is that even with all the significant changes that this administration has made, if we made no changes going forward from now, we wouldn't, not only wouldn't we meet that 80% reduction, we'd actually increase our emissions from where we are today. So there's a lot of significant work to be done. Next slide. This slide just kind of puts in context where we are with the Energy Master Plan. So the 2050 report follows up the Energy Master Plan. And timing wise, a draft Energy Master Plan came out in the summer of 2019. There was an integrated energy plan in the fall of 2019, and then a final Energy Master Plan beginning of this year. The integrated energy plan really did all the modeling and the basis for a lot of the stuff that we did in the 2050 report. So the 2050 report is consistent with everything that was done in the Energy Master Plan, and also went further in certain areas than the Energy Master Plan did. Now the plan itself, if anybody feels like going through it, it is a long document. I'd suggest just going through the executive summary, which is about, I think it's 15, 18 pages. And then looking into different sectors that interest you, but it is online. It's a, I think if you look at it the first time, you're going to see a lot of things that may surprise you and a lot of things that don't, that get publicized a lot. But I think it's a good read to see where we are with our emission inventory today and the significant work we have to do to get to those 2050 goals. Next slide, please. So what we did in the report, we looked at 7 emission sectors and evaluated each of them to determine the best way to get to that 80 by 50 goal. So as you can imagine, you don't have to have an 80% reduction in each specific sector, but it has to be a combination of all those together to get to where we need to be. Each sector included a business as usual projection, emission reduction pathway projections, and also specific legislative and administrative recommendations for achieving emission reduction. And lastly, we looked at 4 electric demand scenarios based on various levels of electrification throughout the state. Next slide, please. So this is our inventory from 2018. We're going to shortly have a 2019 inventory out. But it's not going to be much different than what you see here percentage-wise. As you can see, transportation is the biggest sector in terms of emissions. 42% of our emissions come from the transportation sector. That's why we focused in the last couple of years on the transportation sector in terms of probably the best example is our Reggie funding. So the next 3 years, the majority of our Reggie dollars are going to go toward reducing emissions in the transportation sector. Second sector is residential and commercial. You may question why they're combined. Those emissions are from heating, basically. So we combine those just to show that it's a second one to transportation. It's a large issue, and a big challenge we're going to have going forward is electrifying the heating world. Electric generation is third. Historically, many have thought that electric generation is our biggest issue as far as emissions. It was at one time. Things have changed over the years with the switch to cleaner natural gas, but there's still ways to go, obviously, in that sector. And the rest of the sectors, as you can see, and I'll go through them quickly, all are less than 10% of the overall piece of the pie. But they all, obviously, we need to keep watch on, because I'm going to speak to some that we're going to see we have concerns are going to increase over the next so many years if we don't do anything. And I'm going to go through each of these specifically later in the presentation. But industrial is the fourth, waste and agriculture, short-lived climate pollutants, HFCs is next, and then short-lived climate pollutants, natural gas. That's transmission and distribution. So we're talking about methane there. We're not talking about extraction because we don't do any fracking, obviously, in New Jersey. If we were in Pennsylvania doing this same inventory, it'd be much different because the majority of methane loss from natural gas is during the extraction process. And you see the last couple there, and we'll go through, but the one I wanted to point out here is sequestration. That's at the bottom, but obviously that's an offset. That's a good thing. So I'll talk later, but we need to do things to increase sequestration to help us get to the point where we can meet our 80% reduction from those 2006 numbers. Next slide, please. So we looked at a business as usual case. And as I said before, New Jersey is not currently on a trajectory to get to where we need to be in 2050. You know, a lot of great things on renewables are being done in the last couple of years, but it kind of puts in perspective when you do the modeling that if we don't go much, much further than we are today, we're actually going to exceed where we are today in emissions by the year 2050, which is kind of hard to believe, but when you look at everything, it's a fact. So there's a lot of work to be done, and you probably can't see in detail everything that's on here. But at the end of the day, we have a lot of challenges ahead. Next slide. So what we did for each of the sectors, and then it combined, putting everything together, was a pathway how to get to 2050. There's nothing in the report that's mandatory. These are all recommendations. If you take all the recommendations together, we've come up with, we think we can be able to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions down to 29.8 million tons, which is all by 2050, which is almost where we need to be. But we have to include additional carbon sequestration to get those emissions down to 19 million tons to get us below our 80 by 50 goal. So with all these things together that I'm going to talk about, you have to keep in mind that some are more low-hanging fruit, some are very ambitious, and it's going to be a combination of all these things that hopefully can get us where we need to be at that point. We're going to start in a minute and talk about each of the different sectors. I'll start with transportation and go down based on their contribution to the overall emissions inventory. But I wanted to give you some major takeaways before we go further, and I'm going to end with some major takeaways, and hopefully you'll walk away with at least remembering those because I think they're somewhat important. So the first one is the challenge ahead is significant. This isn't a simple lift. If you look at the Act itself, the 2020 goal was a simple lift. We got there through a combination of going to cleaner natural gas and some energy efficiency work. Getting to the 2050 number is going to take a lot of hard work. It's gonna take some tough policy decisions, and it's also it will be expensive. It won't be easy. The second piece is there's big challenges. First one's electric vehicles. I'm going to give you some numbers in the transportation sector and where we need to be with electric vehicles and show how daunting that task is. The second one is building conversion. So we're looking at electrifying all heating. So just think about it. At some point, all new construction needs to be electric, heat-wise. All expansions need to be, and then you also have to go retrofit all the existing homes so you're not using fossil fuel for heat. And lastly, the one I think is, and you'll hear this a couple times too, is most important, is the timing of the renewable energy build out. So the modeling shows that in the next 20 years, we're going to double our energy demand. If we double that energy demand because of the electrification we're going to do, that's wonderful. But if that power is coming from fossil fuel, not only does that just shift the problem from one sector to another, it probably makes our emissions worse in the air shed, because all we'll essentially be doing is taking 30 or PJM energy, most likely from Pennsylvania, and using that to electrify. So we've actually made our emission inventory worse by doing that overall. At the end of the day, we need to make sure the renewables are on pace with the electrification. So that increased demand must be fed by renewables. Those renewables don't necessarily have to be physically located in New Jersey, but they need to be renewables we're taking from the grid versus increased fossil or just displacing fossil from somewhere else. The third, there's two sectors that without action, we expect will double or triple their emissions between now, 2020 and 2050. The first is the waste sector. The second is hydrofluorocarbons, HFCs. So those over time we think are triple. What I'm going to speak about when we get to those areas is things we have in place. The things we're proposing, the recommendations, will keep those levels flat or maybe reduce a little bit. But if we did nothing in the next 20 years, we see those doubling or tripling. And last, sequestration needs to be a focus. Obviously, that offset is necessary to help us, and we need to see that existing number from 2018 go up a little bit to help us get to that 2050 level. And as I go through each sector, I'm going to speak to where we were or are in 2018 with our inventory and where we need to be in 2050. And like I said, the new inventory will be out relatively soon, but the numbers won't change much from 2018, is my best guess anyway. Next slide, please. Transportation, that's the first one. As I said before, that is our largest contributor. Next slide. So here's the graph of the emissions. As you can see in 2018, 40.6 million tons. We need to get down to 2.6 million tons in 2050 per the recommendations of the report. So as you can see, that's a 95% reduction between in the next 30 years. So very significant. Next slide. I'm not going to go through all the actions that you see listed here. I'm going to pick out a few. And if you look at the report, the sectors vary. Some have more recommendations than others, but everything you see here is just a snapshot of what's in the report. I think these slides are helpful though, because beside the action, it tells you which entity is responsible. Most of the time, it's more than one state agency that has a role in whatever that recommendation is. It gives time frames in terms of, is it something that needs to be done in the next couple of years? And it's done, is it a one-time thing? Or is it something that has to be worked on for the next 20 years and it's like an evergreen process, it's always going to be relevant? And lastly, the references, that's there just to give you an indication that was it addressed in the Energy Master Plan? Was it addressed somewhere else, EPA, another state agency or something like that? If there's any relevant rules or things like that in place, it's noted in the reference section. So for transportation, I'm going to touch on a few things. One of the biggest recommendations is we need to implement legislative, regulatory, and programmatic changes to facilitate the adoption of 111,000 new electric vehicles, light duty, annually through 2025. And between 2025 and 2035, we need to get to 100% light duty sales to be electric. Now you scale that back and think about it. So between now and 2025, 111,000 new light duty vehicles have to be electric. By 2035, they all have to be electric. That's a significant challenge, obviously, from where we are today. And I repeat those numbers a lot, and just think about where we are now and where we need to get to. So the second recommendation in the report, and seems common sense when you think about it, is we need a long-term infrastructure program dedicated to a statewide vehicle charging network for multiple reasons. One, to make it cost-effective to have the vehicle, to give people confidence that they'll be able to charge what they need to charge, and it has to be a system that allows people to think in the morning that it's no different than me going to the gas station versus going to get my car charged. And lastly, in this sector, the state needs to lead by example. This is not an initiative that is solely on the public sector or the public itself. This is everybody has a piece here. So the state needs to lead by example by electrifying the state fleets, We need to give assistance and where we can advice and things like that to county and local governments to do the same thing. Everybody's in on this. This isn't something that we can rely on some other third party to do. Everybody has a piece here, and the state needs to lead by example and electrify our fleets. Next slide, please. So residential and commercials are second sector based on emissions. Next slide. These are broken up, but when you combine them, you get the numbers. It puts it second in the overall ranking. As you can see, for residential, 15.2 million tons down to a little 0.63 million tons in 2050, so a very small amount. And commercials 9.4 down to 2.07 million tons in 2050. Next slide, please. So you see some recommendations here. Some of the top three that I've been speaking about are: we need to prioritize near-term conversion of buildings that are currently relying on propane and heating oil. The big one, the next one, is in conjunction with Department of Community Affairs, we need to change building codes. Whether it's just for new construction that would rely on electric and not natural gas for heat, whether it's expansions of buildings, things like that, we need to do this, and we need to do this fairly quickly so we can get to the point that we're not talking just about new construction, we're also talking about retrofits. We need to get this ball moving so we get to the point where we aren't relying on natural gas for heat. And lastly, in this sector, and very similar to transportation, we need to lead by example once again. So we need to look at state buildings, we need to do energy audits, we need to figure out, are there efficiency gains we can do now? Are there ways we can change how we're heating those buildings? We also need to assist county and municipal governments doing the same type of process. Once again, we're one piece here, but everybody's in this game together, so we need to lead by example. Next slide, please. Electric generation. As I said before, this is the one that a lot of people over the years thought was our biggest problem. It was an issue at one time. It still ranks highly, but it has made some strides for different reasons over the years. Next slide. So 18.1 million tons in 2018. 2050, that number is 0. That's like a really, really small number. But the goal is 0 in 2050. 100% clean energy by 2050, as the Energy Master Plan explained. So there's a lot of work to be done here. Next slide, please. The key here, in my mind, is the rapid development of renewable energy. Like I said before, if all we're doing is pulling fossil fuel, whether it's dirtier natural gas or coal, from outside our borders to electrify everything here, we've done nothing. We need to have that additional solar, wind, and any other renewables being the entity or the fuel that powers our electrification process. The second one here, and I think Mark touched on this a little bit, we need to implement regulatory limitations under New Jersey Pact, protecting against climate threats. And we're doing that. You're going to see a rule proposal out in the first quarter of 2021 that has CO2 emission limits on both stationary sources and some mobile sources. What you're going to see in 2021 is a first step. It's not going to be the last time we do this. We expect to do multiple rulemakings going forward in the Pact world, all focused on reducing emissions in both stationary and mobile sources. For those of you who don't know, I mean, our focus over the years has always been stationary in terms of that. This is going to be a big leap into the mobile source world, transportation world. It does cross over into more than just CO2 emissions. You're talking about particulates and things like that also. And there's also many other co-benefits by doing it. New Jersey Pact you're going to be seeing soon. and we're looking forward to getting that first proposal out there. And lastly, in electric generation, we need to limit reliance on and development of new fossil generation, and for a couple reasons. The more you build new fossil, it's more difficult for renewables to get into the market. That's the first. The second piece there is stranded assets. I mean, do you really want to be in a position, does the ratepayer really want to be in a position where you spent, $1 billion or $2 billion on a new fossil fuel facility that needs to run, say, 20 years to make a profit or break even, but it can only run 5 years because of the market. So you don't want stranded assets out there either. So we need to be very careful on decision making going forward on new fossil generation. Next slide, please. Industrial sector. This is going to be the first sector that I'm speaking to that you don't see a significant reduction from 2018 to 2050. And there's some specific sector reasons why. There's just not as many opportunities here to reduce emissions. But this is the first one you'll see that remains relatively flat. Next slide, please. So it's 7.2 million tons in 2020, and we're looking at 6.7 million tons in 2050. So a little bit less, but not much. Next slide. So some of the key takeaways here, we're suggesting facility-wide energy audits and energy efficiency upgrades at these sites. A second piece here is these will also be addressed in our Pact rules, whether they're impacted in the first round of the rules or later. But we need to reduce CO2 emissions from this sector, and now some of that will be done through regulation. And lastly here, we need to expand distributed renewable energy at that particular location. Examples would be solar on rooftops and non-impervious surfaces. So they'd be able to pull less from the grid and rely more on renewable energy for their on-site power needs. Next slide, please. So waste and agriculture are combined. Next slide. Thank you. Waste, as you can see, stays flat relatively, 5.3 million tons to 4.6 in 2050. This is one of the sectors that if we sat back and just status quo as we are today, that'll double or triple that number by 2050. So everything we're recommending in the waste sector just keeps us relatively flat. Agriculture, as you can see, is a minimal contributor in 2018. It'll stay that way in 2050. It's only 0.4 million tons, so a very, very small piece of the pie. Next slide, please. Next slide, thanks. The three recommendations I'm going to pick out are just related to waste. There is some recommendations around agriculture, but the waste ones are kind of more important. The first is, and I think Mark spoke some to this, we need regulations for food waste recycling and waste energy facilities. We need guidelines for county siting and streamlined permitting for food waste recycling facilities. We also need to consider a community composting rule or some sort of exemption that would make the current process quicker to be able to get to where we need to be. So those are the focuses in the waste world that are included in the recommendations. Next slide, please. The short-lived climate pollutants. What short-lived climate pollutants are is they don't last as long. They remain in the atmosphere for less time, but they have a greater impact for that limited time that they're there. So in the report, we looked at methane, halogenated gases, and black carbon. And you can see from the pie that carbon dioxide is still the majority, but you can see they all have a piece. So we looked at these three, and we'll go through each of them. Next slide. So methane, once again, these are leaks from these are emissions from natural gas transmission and distribution. Like I said before, we have no extraction of natural gas in New Jersey. The overall life cycle process, over 80% of the emissions are from the extraction process. I think it might be greater than that, but it's in that ballpark. Next slide. As you can see, the methane piece is relatively small, 2.47 million tons. And with our recommendation, we see that getting down to 1.83 million tons in 2050. Next slide. I won't go through all these recommendations, but the big take home from methane is, and we need to work closely with the Board of Public Utilities on this, is we need to have programs in place for not only just the monitoring of these emissions, these leaks throughout the system, but we need to have standards and programs in place so you correct these leaks, replace piping at certain times to make sure that you have the right material out there, and overall do a better job of knowing where the issues are and having maintenance programs in there to fix those emissions. Next slide. Halogenated gases, next slide, please. This is another one that if we did nothing going forward, you would see a double or triple this emission contribution. What the recommendations we have in the report, we think are good enough to at least keep these emissions flat over the next 20 years, 30 years. So 5.1 million tons in 2018 and still 5.1 in 2050. Next slide. One of the keys, there's a couple keys here. I think eventually you're going to see New Jersey having rules around HFCs. We have been working with the Climate Alliance and a bunch of other states where you're trying to develop a model rule that states could adopt and be able to go forward with HFCs. And more importantly, there's a wide range of HFCs out there in terms of their global warming potential. I mean, it might be a tenfold difference between certain types of products. We need to get to the point that the HFCs are being used are those low global warming potentials, and you phase out the use completely of the high global warming potential products. Next slide, please. So black carbon, next slide. Black carbon is mainly coming from the transportation world. These are particulates. Although you can't discount the distinct health problems it causes in certain areas, black carbon does not have a huge impact in the greenhouse gas emission inventory. 2.7 million tons in 2018, and we're looking hopefully 1.5 million tons in 2050. Next slide. And the biggest piece here, there's a few things. We're doing a lot of work in New Jersey Pact around mobile sources. That's certainly going to help with particulates, so you're going to see black carbon reductions. But a big piece here is requiring replacement or retirement of polluting off-road diesel engines to reduce fine particulates. And I'm getting short on time, so next slide. Sequestration is our last piece. Next slide, please. This one is an offset. This is good. The bigger the number, the better. 8.1 million ton offset in 2018, looking for another 2.7 million tons in 2050, so 10.8. Next slide. And some of the big pieces here is develop a statewide carbon sequestration plan with both a 2030 goal and a 2050 goal. Expand the urban and community forestry program. And lastly, develop minimum forest cover objectives for land development. And next slide. We have questions here, but I'm just going to go through quickly our final takeaways again. We need additional strategies and incentives to achieve the ambitious goals we have for vehicle electrification. We need to kickstart the building electrification mandate. The third one, once again, we have to ensure we have simultaneous development of renewables to make up for that electricity demand. We need new regulations around the waste and HFC sectors to ensure we don't double or triple those. And we need additional sequestration to make sure we meet our 2050 goals. And that's it. Thank you very much.
So we do have a few questions, but before I read them, I'd like to direct everybody to the chat. A link was provided to the GWRA 8050 report. So your first question, Paul, is When can we get more New Jersey utilities connected to Energy Star's portfolio manager? That was from Jonathan Gordon.
That's a good question. It's more of a Board of Public Utilities question, but I can circle back with an answer later.
Okay. The Department of Energy has recently made advances in small modular nuclear reactors. Would these be considered as a replacement for natural gas booster stations? And that was from Ronald Trevor.
I would hope they would be. Through my years here, I have strong support for nuclear in general. The Energy Master Plan it is clean energy. So I would hope that the SMRs, the small modular reactors, would get to the point where they would be of use and be able to be deployed.
From Lorette Cretina, can more be done to utilize regenerative agriculture to maximize carbon sequestering in soils?
I don't think there's any question it can be. And one of the things we're looking at with, 10% of the Reggie fund, so this year somewhere around $10 million is focused on carbon sequestration. We're looking at all opportunities, whether it's blue carbon or forestry related, to increase that sequestration.
And we had a question that was not answered, so hold on one second. I apologize. Jonathan Gordon asked a second question, and I think we got the wrong one up here because I read that one. Jonathan, I apologize. I'm not seeing your other question. Because I believe I read to you already, when can we get more New Jersey utilities connected to the Energy Star portfolio? I read that one?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Does transportation CO2 inventory include air and marine traffic? That was the other question.
There is an estimation for air, yes. Marine traffic, I'd have to get back. I don't think it has marine traffic, but definitely there is an air component to it.
Okay, thank you very much, Paul. We are now going to go on a break. We will be back online here at 11:05 to start with our next presentation. So everybody enjoy a few minutes, and we will see you soon.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Thank you. All right, thank you. So you'll let me, I still can't hear anything. How will I know when I'm going? Okay. Okay. Bye.
Mike, are you ready to start?
I can start.
Well, looks he's back.
All right. Hi. So next speaker we have is Assistant Commissioner Elizabeth Dragon. Elizabeth serves as Assistant Commissioner for New Jersey Department of Environmental Protections and Compliance and Enforcement Program. She has worked in multiple programs throughout the DEP: land use management, water use management, compliance and enforcement. Selected to lead DEP's compliance and enforcement program in November 2019. Elizabeth has also served over 12 years in the Air National Guard. Thank you for joining us today, Assistant Commissioner.
Thank you for having me. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you for the introduction. Before I get started today, I want to really thank everybody that's working behind the scenes to get us here. Myself included was just on the phone getting some last minute technical difficulties worked out. So thank you so much for putting this on, and congratulations on 19 years of this event. Additionally, I'd like to recognize the Compliance and Enforcement Program for their resiliency and adaptation to our changing work life, and their commitment to protecting the public and our environment. So thank you. Next slide. This is just a quick slide to summarize what my message is for today. After my presentation, we'll hear from Rochelle Wormley, the Director for Air Enforcement, and she'll speak to you about idling, and then we'll hear from Mike Hastre, the Director for Waste Release Prevention and Pesticides, and he'll speak a little bit about dirty dirt. Next slide. So for a sense of our compliance and enforcement organization, I'd like to share our organizational chart. Compliance and enforcement is separated into 4 major divisional areas: the Water and Land Use Enforcement Program, the Air Enforcement Program, the Waste and Pesticide Release Prevention, which includes pesticides, solid waste, hazardous waste, underground storage tanks, and release prevention. And also our 4th division is Compliance Operations and Coordination, which includes the Bureau of Licensing and Registration, Quality Assurance and Environmental Monitoring, the Bureau of Compliance Support and Pollution Prevention, and the Bureau of Local Environmental Management and Right to Know, which includes our liaisons with the county health departments. We in C&E conduct inspections, right? And so to ensure compliance, sometimes that leads to us taking necessary actions to see cases towards resolution. But we can't do this alone. So this is why I've included our hotline, 1-877-WARN-DEP, and also included our app information. So please take the opportunity to notify us of any environmental issues that you may come upon. The app is in the App Store and on Google Play. Next slide. So I'd like to take a moment and speak about what compliance and enforcement has been focusing on from the priorities level. Most importantly, compliance and enforcement is committed to proactively protecting public health, safety, and the environment through ensuring that regulated entities maintain compliance with New Jersey's environmental laws, which especially during this COVID pandemic has been important. For example, compliance and enforcement has continued our inspections in a safe manner with proper precautions throughout the pandemic. And while our inspections may look different in some cases and include a virtual or hybrid venue, we have also prioritized environmentally sensitive cases. Additionally, we have been engaging in the public and regulated entities, putting into guidance. Some of that guidance I'll go through later in the presentation. And we've also been staying involved in the emerging issues and analyzing using advancements in technology. Obviously, today this would not be possible with our advances in technology and using bringing 400 people together in the room to view a presentation. So compliance and enforcement is also using technology and to support our systems of work. We've also been increased our ability, not just like this presentation, but also increased our visibility to see land use changes through aerial imagery. We now have the ability to see aerial imagery pictures more often of our landscape, increased our sensitivity of our camera technology, and also continued our analysis of the data that we do receive inside of the department to help us track enforcement cases. Additionally, we have been looking at different and all of our enforcement options that we have on the table for our most positive environmental impact. And this includes especially in our environmental justice communities. Many cases in the site remediation program and compliance and enforcement have received press attention over the past 2 years with the filing of over 25 cases. Those advances coupled with compliance and enforcement over just this year, since January, we've settled over 300 cases in environmental justice areas. So we are forming a close bond with the Environmental Justice Office within the DEP and also with the Community Collaborative Initiative. And what that does for compliance and enforcement, it provides us the ability to act on community concerns. For example, when we are doing negotiated settlements, it offers us the opportunity to incorporate supplemental environmental projects. And for those of you who have been to the conference before, we've talked about supplemental environmental projects quite a bit. But for those of you who there may not be aware, this is your first time, supplemental environmental projects, or SEPs, are those environmentally beneficial projects that a responsible party may voluntarily take on to perform as a way of settling a portion of their penalty liability. Next slide. So I wanted to kind of go through one example of how the department is doing. We've been looking at our environmental justice communities differently. The department hasn't stopped just with the language in the law that was signed in September of this year. We've taken a holistic view of evaluating and forging a path, listening to our communities and concerns, and identifying methods for enforcement cases with the most significant impact, as I mentioned. I'd like to share this video. It displays department efforts at an Amtico site in Trenton, New Jersey. This video was taken on one of 6 days in very chilly February. We're almost coming up to another chilly February, but this was this past chilly February, where at the previous October, so October 2019, we had heard from residents of Trenton about concerns for this particular site. And so I want to give an opportunity to show the video. It'll show a large support from the Compliance and Enforcement Program and also the Community Collaborative Initiative as we partnered with other entities to clean up the site. So as you can see on the side, Firestone, United by Blue, and the community organizations, as well as the City of Trenton and Mercer County Prosecutor's Office. So let's watch that video. So I wasn't able, I don't know if you were able to, but I wasn't able to hear the sound on that. There was some lively sound, so apologies if you didn't hear it. But thank you to the department's press office and the Bureau of GIS for supplying the footage for that, and for all of the volunteers that made that event so successful. This next slide is it's kind of exciting. You are the first to be publicly hearing about this opportunity. Within the next week, Compliance and Enforcement will be launching a new project for the illegal dumping program called Collaboration and Deterrence. So this particular project is to deter illegal dumping and empower municipalities to take an active role in combating illegal dumping. It'll take place over 10 months. And includes collaboration and training from the department's Compliance and Enforcement Program, the Community Collaborative Initiative, and also the Attorney General's Office. So the Division of Law and the Division of Criminal Justice will be taking part with us. In addition to that training and advice that municipalities can receive over 10 months, there will also be 12 Q-Star cameras, which are a deterrence camera that have a lot of really special features on them. For being able to see at far distances during the nighttime, and have other things on them like lights and messaging that the cameras can emanate. So the cameras loaned, obviously, with having all those bells and whistles, can deter illegal dumping and also enforce illegal dumping regulations in the municipal ordinances. We will be launching this within the next week, and then we will be accepting applications from municipalities for taking part in this particular program, and municipalities that are enforcing, that have the existing avenues to enforce illegal dumping, and that have support from their mayor's office to combat illegal dumping will be prioritized in the camera distribution. So very exciting. And so if we have any municipalities that are in the conference today, or you have somebody that you think may benefit from this particular program, I encourage you to tell them to continue to watch out for our website in the coming week. Next slide. So I'd like to switch gears a little here and show the compliance advisories that compliance and enforcement has issued during the pandemic. I don't have enough time to go through each of these specifically, so please refer to our department website. So the department has a COVID website. Additionally, compliance and advisory also has all of the compliance advisories listed on our website. And you can also sign up for the DEP listserv. The most important message is that despite the current restrictions and imposed during the COVID pandemic, all regulatory and permitting requirements remain in effect, and compliance and enforcement advisories, they're all throughout different media. They may specify a administrative flexibility, and we will be assessing those flexibilities on a case-by-case basis. So, please check out our website. But again, these are all of the regulatory and permitting requirements remain in effect. So additionally, I think it's really important to note, you can go to the next slide, that, we are continuing to evaluate our media, and we are continuing to evaluate the circumstances in which we are in. That last slide showed that we had just put out a compliance advisory in October for pesticides and disinfectants. So, it's an ever-changing world with these different rule modifications, compliance advisories, and such. So continuing to check back at the website is very important. And reaching out to the programs and the media specifically is very important. There's the websites and some opportunities to get information also on the screen. And next slide, please. All right, so finally, this is my last slide, and then I'll be handing it over to Rochelle Wormley. But finally, I wanted to say that, just like I had said, we're continuing to put out guidance, and we're being dynamic during this time with our technology and with our inspections. We have come so far during this pandemic. I am impressed daily with the heart and the service and innovation that we continue with our message and our mission of protecting the environment and public health. The opportunities for change is so evident during a crisis, and things that seemed impossible are now reality. So let's continue. We continue to challenge ourselves. I know you continue to challenge yourselves as we move forward and embrace our new impactful cultures. Thank you. I believe Mike is going to do the introduction for Rochelle Wormley and introduce her.
Yeah, so next speaker is Director Rochelle Wormley. She's the Director of Air Enforcement with NJDEP. In addition to enforcement, she has also worked in the Division of Air Quality Permitting Program as a supervisor with the Bureau of Operating Permits, and also with the Bureau of Technical Services, now measurement section, overseeing and reviewing work performed by air test consultants, both in the field and through the review of consultant test reports. Welcome, Ms. Wormley.
Good morning. This morning I'll be talking about the New Jersey idling regulations. I think this is an ideal time to talk about this subject as we approach the cold seasons. Mind you, idling, we have found that idling activities are occurring all throughout the year, whether it be summer months or winter months. But particularly during the winter months when folks feel the need to warm up their cars or to continue idling to keep themselves warm. The idling regulations can be found in New Jersey Administrative Code 727-14 for diesel vehicles and 15 for gasoline vehicles. Next slide, please. What is idling? Idling is simply an operating mode where the vehicle engine is in operation while the vehicle is stationary at any location. This definition kind of varies between sub 14 and sub 15 for gasoline and diesel, but relatively it's basically running your engine while not in motion. Why do we enforce idling? Well, idling, as we know, on-road mobile sources produce a significant amount of carbon monoxide emissions, VOC emissions, nitrogen oxide emissions, particulates, and air toxics. So this is why we're enforcing this regulation. We do have a team of, under my purview, I do have a diesel enforcement program. Basically, the responsibility of this program is to, they receive complaints, they respond to complaints, and they actively enforce these regulations. What does the regulation actually say? No person shall cause, suffer, or permit the engine of a diesel or gas-powered vehicle to idle for more than 3 consecutive minutes while not in motion. Again, this can be found in, the standard can be found in subchapter 14 at 14.3, and for gasoline, it could be found at 15.8. Both regulations do contain exceptions to the rule, and there's quite a few. I'm going to touch on some of them. If your vehicle is being actively serviced or repaired, it's understood that the vehicle has to run in order to troubleshoot or find the source of the maintenance issue. So there is an exception for that. There is also an exception when a vehicle is in queue, meaning in the line of traffic. It's not expected that someone turns their engine on and off while in a queue of traffic. Now that it's getting cold, there's an exception for below 25 degrees Fahrenheit for up to 15 minutes if the vehicle has been stopped for 3 hours or more. Buses may idle for 15 consecutive minutes in a 60-minute period while it is actively discharging or picking up passengers. Cargo refrigeration units that require engine power in order to operate the refrigeration units. This is a rarity. We're finding that most of the refrigeration units are actually self-powered and are actually not exempted. Vehicles that are actively performing emergency services. This is an interesting one. Often my staff come across those transport units. Those are not emergency services vehicles. They're simply in their responsibility is simply to pick up patients and to transport them to the hospital for a doctor's appointment. That is not considered in this category. We're talking about ambulances, we're talking about police vehicles, fire trucks. They are exempt from this regulation. There's also an exception for vehicles equipped with a sleeper berth and model year 2007 or newer engine or has been retrofitted with a diesel particulate filter. So those are the various exceptions that are allowed by the regulations. The regulations also include, besides these exceptions, the regulations also, there is a criteria in the regulations that indicates that diesel-powered motor vehicles may not idle for more than 3 consecutive minutes when parked in a parking space with available electrification technology. I don't know if you've ever been to a truck stop, but some truck stops, they have these units where the truck driver can actually pull into a parking spot, actually pay a charge and actually pull a unit to their window that, and it has, this unit has, provides all the creature comforts that are needed for a truck driver, to include electricity, cooling, heating, anything that they need, internet access. That's to assist in mitigating idling. Who actually enforces idling? Actually, there's quite a few folks that enforce idling. As I indicated, I do have a diesel enforcement staff. All of the DEP enforces idling within CNE. All the CNE inspectors were trained at one time regarding the idling regulations. So all of CNE has had training regarding idling. So DEP enforces the regulations. US EPA enforces the idling regulations. The county and local health departments also enforce the idling regulations. And state and local police under Title 39 also enforce the idling regulations. Now, in the event that a violation is found, the penalty for idling starts at $100 for passenger vehicles, $250 for commercial vehicles for the first offense, and the penalty can escalate up to $1,500 for the fourth offense. Next slide, please. When we issue a violation, both the registered vehicle owner and the facility are cited for idling. Why do we do this? At one time, we used to issue idling violations just to the driver, but we found that when you issue to the registered vehicle owner, the fleet owner, there is more of an environmental impact and to mitigate the behavior. One time we issued to a fleet, and the fleet owner ended up reprimanding all the drivers within their fleet, also inserted idling information in the pay stub and posted signs near a time clock. So we find that when we issue to the vehicle owner, it's more beneficial, and it helps to change the behaviors of the company, not just only the driver. The signs below are available via stopthesit.org. Again, when we issue a violation, it's to the facility and to the vehicle owner. We realize that facilities are not in the business of simply of policing their parking lots. We do recognize that. So in our settlement discussions, if a facility is willing to post signs, purchase these signs for $14 a piece, and I think shipping is about $17 a piece, then we take their efforts to post this sign to mitigate idling in their parking lots, and we consider it in the settlement discussions. And oftentimes we will zero out the penalty if a facility posts these signs at their facility. You probably have seen these signs at the Wawas over the years. Just most recently, we cited a facility for 2 idling violations, and we were happy during settlement discussions that they were willing to purchase 25 of these signs and post them near and around their facility down in Camden. Again, these signs can be found. You can order these signs at stopthesit.org if you're interested. Next slide, please. Idling complaints. A lot of our investigative efforts come from idling complaints via calls into the Warren DEP hotline. And you can also use the app that Elizabeth also mentioned as well. Additional information can be found at stopthesit.org, and the link, the DEP's link as well. I think Michael Hastry will be, my colleague Michael Hastry will be following me. Thank you.
I think what we might do is Michael here. I don't see him on here. So what we might do is we do have some questions in the chat function. If I can find them. Just bear with me. Okay. Let's see. First from Mary Rooney. I guess this is for Elizabeth. can you talk about self-disclosure process and how DEP views penalties on self-disclosure issues?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So the department encourages everyone to self-disclose their any type of violations that they may have, that they are aware of. There's actually forms that are on our website for self-reporting, and if you plug into Google, you just plug in NJDEP self-disclosure, the particular website, our self-disclosure website, will come right up. And our policies. The self-disclosure and related to penalty calculations is obviously a case-by-case basis, and with the particular media and program and the type of violation that is discovered. However, I would say that the department and the inspectors that are working on those cases look fondly upon self-disclosure and coming to resolution much quicker when we see that people are willing to come forward and have the right resolution and thoughts and moving forward. So there's a corrective actions and those types of things that can be put into the self-disclosure forms. And that is all looked upon very fondly when we are looking at each case. So I hope that answers her question.
Thank you. Okay, the next question is for Rochelle, it looks like. In regards to idling, what about military vehicles used in training operations and emergency vehicles in standby mode during training operations on a military flight line?
We have received requests from the military for those particular situations, and we've evaluated them case by case. Mind you, normally those type of requests need to come into us individually, and we need to receive specifics on the case by case situation. We are not going to hinder military operations, and we would provide an exception if it's warranted.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, next question is, in NYC, there's an option for citizens to report idling. If the complaint leads to a ticket, I believe the citizen splits the revenue. Would our law allow for something like this in New Jersey?
That is not currently allowed. That would require a legislative change for New Jersey. That is not allowed by our law. That would have to be addressed at a higher level than right here in the DEP. That would be a legislative change. We are aware of that, by the way, and I think there's been stories that there's a few people that have actually just focused on reporting idling and have made a significant amount of income doing that in New York.
Okay, thank you. So I believe the issue with Director Hasty is that he's on as a participant instead of a panelist, which is why we don't see him. I guess, Director, if you could find your panelist and log on there.
Hi, Mike, this is Ron Pusci. Director Mike Hasty is online. He's probably one of the attendees. He probably has to join us as a panelist.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. So
Okay.
if he can hear us.
Yes, he's online already.
Okay.
Okay.
Tyron, can you make Mike as a panelist?
Just one moment. Just give me one moment. Thank you.
We'll run a little bit over, but we'll give Michael a chance to speak.
We will try the
there he
video.
is.
Okay, it is done.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. So next up is Director Michael Hasty. He's the Director of Waste Enforcement, Pesticides, and Release Prevention. He oversees compliance and enforcement aspects of the solid waste and hazardous waste RCRA, regulated medical waste, RMW, pesticides, underground storage tanks, discharge prevention, and the toxic catastrophe prevention programs. He's also the chair of the Northeast Waste Management Officials Association. Welcome, Michael.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the delay there, but I was registered in, I guess, 3 different things here. So I don't know. So then I had to get out of what I was in and get back into it. So anyway, I'm going to move this along pretty quickly because I don't want to delay everybody else. Yeah, talk about dirty dirt here. Dirty dirt is really, it's a slang term of art that we use. And yeah, so we have some common understanding. I need to define it better for everybody, particularly we have such a large audience here. So from our perspective here in Jersey, dirty dirt is basically soil and fill that's contaminated above the minimum remediation standards, and or the material is contaminated with solid waste debris. And just really brief history. A number of years ago, the department promulgated remediation standards to basically address how clean is clean, and for the poor guy who's halfway to China saying, when can I stop? The waste program adopted those same standards to help define waste classification issues. Up to that point, if a material was contaminated at all, it was considered a solid waste. So the reality, that was not very workable and practical, so it made sense for us to adopt the remediation standards. And in a minute, I'm going to talk about some of these initiatives and legislation that was recently promulgated to address these issues. But I really need to clarify that the dirty dirt issues and the legislation and stuff do not apply to remediation actions that are being done under the SARA or ARCS umbrella and that are being conducted by a licensed site remediation professional. So any materials generated during that process of remediation, whether or not you're bringing soils on or you're removing soils, these initiatives and dirty dirt legislation, that it doesn't apply. That really has its own entity, and there's while there is some interaction between the two, it's really separation of church and state. With regard to this contaminated soil and fill material, if it's contaminated with solid waste, it's pretty easy to make a determination that there's something wrong. Visually, you could say, oh yeah, there's pieces of C and D in there. And if the material is heavily chemically contaminated, it's dripping oil, it reeks of solvents, it's fairly easy for us to make a call that the material is not suitable. It's either a waste or it's at a minimum not suitable to go under somebody's playground. The problem is that there is a significant amount of material that is contaminated, but you can't see it. I mean, you can't see heavy metals, you can't see a lot of compounds. So that's become a problem. And what we find is that whether it's done wittingly, unwittingly, or intentionally, there's a lot of this material in play. It ends up in places where it's not supposed to end up. And we also have a large, a fairly significant amount where this is done intentionally. I mean, you can make a lot of money scamming people. You charge a contract for removal, you save a fortune by not disposing of it. You pawn off the material through other means, and there's a huge economic incentive to not deal with this material properly. So, and I tell you, that was really brought to light a few years ago. The State Commission of Investigation, which is the investigative agency for our legislatures, ran a report identifying that this was somewhat rampant throughout the state of New Jersey. And we also had the organized crime had come back into play years ago. We had kind of kicked them out of the waste industry, but they kind of maneuvered into this gray area of soil and fill recycling. And so they came up with their reports, and the reports were basically two recommendations came out of it. One was that anybody engaged in this business really should be licensed pursuant to the way we license waste entities, and it's involved licensing. It's criminal, civil background checks, it's association checks, it's fingerprinting, it's economic checks. There's a whole slew of stuff goes into that, and it's involved. The second takeaway that we had from those reports was that for municipalities that had some kind of soil importation ordinance, that actually went a long way in keeping some of the illegal activity at bay. So while we're all working on getting the legislation together, DEP launched the initiative, what we call Guard Your Backyard, which is on the slide here. And basically the purpose of this was to, one, educate the public and particularly the municipalities about, you know, this issue that, yeah, it's been around a long time. It's not like it's a brand new issue, but it really has come to the forefront. To make them aware of this and the things that they can do on their side to help. And one of the, you know, particularly one would be implementing some kind of a local ordinance that would say, you know, if you're going to put soils in or, you know, fill material in an area, we want to know about it, and have like a permitting type scenario as to how to deal with it. You know, we want to know where the material came from. You know, if you have analysis, great, we'll look at it and all that. So we prepared that. We actually prepared a lot of guidance documents to go along with that to help out the municipalities on this. And to date, you know, a number of municipalities have taken the you know, the warning to heart and have implemented programs. More recently, though, we've had the what we call the dirty dirt legislation, and basically this legislation expands the current what we call A901 background licensing, which I just talked about a second ago. It expands that to include entities that engage in soil and fill recycling services, and who deal with soil and fill recycling material. And the services definition is extremely broad. If you collect, transport, store, purchase, sell anything with soil and fill type materials, you have to first register with the department, and then you need to do a formal submittal, formal license submittal. It also defines what materials we're talking about, and in essence, we're talking about, you know, alternate aggregate. So if you have, you know, broken block, concrete, brick, those types of materials, which can be used legitimately as fill, you would still need to be licensed. And we also talk about soils that are generated from redevelopment activities. So if you're doing you know, there's some job in New York, or there's some job in North Jersey, or some job in Philadelphia, they're excavating a lot of soil, they're doing demolition work, and you're going to take that material and you're going to bring it into Jersey and do something with it, you're going to have to be licensed. There was a little snafu in that when the legislation came into play, it required that DEP develop implementing regulations to make sure that this all makes sense. And there were some instances where we needed some cutouts for very de minimis quantities of material and other things, and we're all trying to work through that now. Unfortunately, the legislation, though, really didn't provide a phase-in approach, and basically immediately required that people register with the department and submit the license by this past October. So we kind of took advantage of some of the COVID issues and put the submission of all this stuff on hold while we develop our rules and regulations. So ultimately, when we're all said and done, we believe we'll have a very good rule here that will, one, protect everybody who needs to be protected, but also, we have to be somewhat cognizant of small amounts and small landscapers and guys who dig up pools who really generate nominal amounts of this material. We have to kind of cut them out, because for them to go into a licensure mode would be, it wasn't really the intent of the rule. So we're working on all of that now, and hopefully within, rules don't happen overnight, but hopefully soon we'll be able to put out at least a proposal for everybody to comment on it, and then ultimately do the adoption of the rule. So that was really quick, just to save some time. So I'm sorry, we ran over a bit. So I don't know if anybody has any questions, but I don't know if we want to take them now or save them for later on or something, I don't know, just to keep things rolling.
Yeah, so I mean, for those who didn't have their questions answered, we encourage you to email the panelists with the questions, and they will get back to you with an answer. We do need to move on though, and Lynn will introduce the next speaker.
Hello, everybody. Okay, so we are now up to our last speaker of this morning. It's Director Frank Seitz. Frank is the Director of the Division of Air Quality in the department. He has 27 years experience in air quality regulation and 15 years of managing environmental professionals. Frank serves in a leadership position on national and regional organizations comprised of state and local air quality agencies, a board member and state chair of the Air Toxics Committee for the National Association of Clean Air Agencies. He's the chair of the Stationary and Area Source Committee for Ozone Transport Commission, chairman of the Mid-Atlantic Regional Air Management Association, and a board member of the Northeast States for Coordinated Air Use Management. Thank you, Frank.
Thanks, Lynn. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to try to keep it a little bit short just so I can get you all out to lunch on time. So we'll see what we can do here. Next slide. So what I'll cover this morning is what has been happening during the pandemic in terms of measured air quality and also in the operations of the Division of Air Quality. I'll also talk a little bit about the historic and current trends in air quality. I'll talk about mobile source tampering, which is one of our significant areas of investigation, along with our partners in compliance and enforcement. And then I'll talk a little bit about the air quality planning, permitting, and regulatory development. Next slide. So as everyone knows, the Executive Order 107 was issued on March, which ordered office workers to stay home. Schools and colleges were sent home for home study. Non-essential retail businesses were closed, and closure of recreational and entertainment businesses. There were some easings in the restrictions on May 18th and finally on June 15th. And as a result, we did see significant reduction in motor vehicle traffic. And I'll talk about that a little bit next. Next slide. So this slide, let me just make sure I have my notes here. This slide, as you can see, there's 4 lines that represent the difference between 2020 and 2019 during these same periods of time. The top line you see there, the grayish line, actually is light duty vehicle traffic in 2019. And the red line in the middle is light duty traffic in 2020. And as you can see, there were significant drop-offs in March that stayed fairly low through May into June. And then about June, they started to pick up. And then over the summer, they've actually come back pretty close to where they were in the last year. The bottom 2 lines represent heavy duty traffic, where there was a very slight drop off initially in March from the previous year. However, that number by June was about equal, basically the same as we've seen in previous years. So not as much drop off in heavy duty vehicles. Next slide. This slide shows overall light duty and heavy duty differences between the 2 years. So this takes the previous chart to show the darker line, the grayish green line represents heavy duty traffic, the differences rather than absolute terms, the differences. And as you can see, we had drop-offs from 20 to 30% initially, with levels returning to the same level they were prior to, or even in the case of in July, exceeding the previous year. Light duty traffic had significant drop-offs. We saw probably about a 50% difference initially, but then back into August, we started seeing only about 10% lower light duty traffic. Next slide. These are satellite images, and I think these are useful just to talk about emissions in the atmosphere. This is a satellite image from NASA, and it just shows the NO2 levels in the period averaging over March of 2015 to 2019, as opposed to the levels that we experienced in March of 2020. Now, keep in mind, these are the levels that can be seen in the atmospheric column. They don't necessarily represent what's happening at the surface, but I want you to look at this chart as looking at what was the atmospheric emissions load? It was less. It was significantly less in March. Next slide. We did a multi-year, Louis Lim on my team did a multi-year analysis looking at the NOx and PM emissions at 3 stations. We wanted to look at different averaging periods of 3-year averaging periods from 2014 to 2016, and then again from 2017 to 2019, so a 6-year period, and then compare that to 2020 to see where are the emissions that were actually being measured on the ground. We looked at the monthly averages for NOx and PM, and we also looked at the hour of day, just to see if there was anything interesting there also. And we focused on 3 urban monitoring sites, the Camden, Elizabeth, New Jersey, and Jersey City sites. And the April and May data did show a significant decrease on measured air quality pollution. Next slide. Just a couple summary slides. Just to look at over the last, basically since January, the entire year to the present, up to September. As you can see, the red station represents the NOx emissions at the Camden station, the difference between the 2020 concentrations and the 6-year monthly average concentration. As you can see at Camden, with the exception of August, there were significant emission reductions through basically May and even into June. July, there were reductions, but in August, again, we saw this blip that we're investigating. It looks like there was actually higher NOx emissions. We're not sure if that's related to mobile sources or related to electric generating units increasing their output, but we're investigating that. Overall, you can see early on in the pandemic, we saw significant NOx reductions, and those NOx reductions have reduced as things were returning to more of a normal operational setting. Next slide. This is the same slide, but for particulate emissions. As you can see, we had Jersey City up until April, and we lost Jersey City's monitor. I believe Jersey City's at the Journal Square station, where unfortunately we have not been able to regain access to repair the monitor. We are looking to try to re-engage that monitor, but at this time we only have the data up until April 12th. But as you can see, the trends are similar from NOx. We are seeing improved air quality at all the monitors based on lower emissions. Next slide. So now I want to talk to you quickly about the operational impacts we're seeing from COVID-19. Working remotely, many of you are familiar with working remotely. We are doing this seminar today remotely. There was a lot of work initially getting the system set up, making sure everyone had the hardware and software necessary to access. And I will say that it's not quite as efficient as being in the office. And I don't know if you've noticed that personally. We've gotten better at it. We've done a lot more streamlining and some exciting things in terms of processing a lot of the day-to-day operations that we have to do. But there's always issues with connectivity. Personally, I have my wife and my 3 children who are studying from home, so our broadband can be stretched at times. But again, it's beginning to work. We forwarded all of our helplines to a central location, so we're still answering emails, we're answering phone calls. And luckily, in the AIR program, we are already very heavily into the electronic methods of submitting. We still do get mail in the office, and as I say, that staffing challenges can be difficult with in-person work. But again, we continue to make it work and work well. Next slide. Now I want to talk to you about the trends we're seeing in the ambient air quality standards. You know, the overall, and I'm going to go through a couple slides fairly quickly. Overall, I want you to just concentrate on the fact that we are in attainment for all pollutants except for the most recent 2015 ozone standard. I'm going to run through those fairly quickly, but if you have any questions, I can field those at the end. Next slide. So this is just the ozone standard. As you can see, it's been stepping down. In 1997, we had the 8-hour standard of 0.08 parts per million, or as we call it, the 85 part per million standard. In 2008, it stepped down to 75 parts per billion. And finally, in 2015, we went down to 70 parts per billion. And as you can see, overall, the 4th daily maximum average, which is the values that are used for determining compliance, have continued to go down and will continue to go down. I'm very interested to see what 2020 holds. I've seen some preliminary information from the Ozone Transport Commission that indicates we are in full compliance with the 75 part per billion standard, and we are closing in on the 70 part per billion standard very, very, very quickly. Next slide. And this just represents the ozone standard. This is the what we call the design value, which is the average of those fourth high values. That actually determines our compliance with the standard. And actually, when we add 2020 to this slide, it will be extremely close to the 0.7, to the point where I think we will only have 3 stations that will not be complying with the ozone ambient air quality standard. We'll see if that holds for 2021, but we've made great strides in it. The next couple slides I'm going to go through very quickly. Next slide. What I want to show you here is just the particulate standard, the PM10 standard. This is the annual average standard. As you can see, the average of those standards, we are doing quite well with the standard. We are averaging at our highest station at 10, the standard is 12. Next slide. Similarly for NO2, the trend continues to be down. We are well below the ambient air quality standard for NO2. Next slide. This is the actual standard numbers for which one is the NO2, also for the 98th percentile for 1 hour concentrations. Next slide. And also for sulfur dioxide, which again, this is a credit to the ongoing reduction of sulfates in the air. We're just very, very far below the standard. Next slide. Carbon monoxide, similar story. Next slide. Also carbon monoxide, the shorter term. Next slide. And lead. Lead had a significant decrease in 2008 in terms of the standard, much more stringent. In fact, it became 10 times more stringent, and it still is not an issue in New Jersey. We are basically measuring very, very low levels of ambient lead. Next slide. New Jersey has begun to refocus its efforts on mobile sources. And again, keep in mind, why is that? If you look at our inventories, and I won't spend a whole lot of time on this, but your takeaway should be for both particulate and nitrogen oxides, our largest sources are on-road mobile vehicles. So these are your cars and trucks. Mobile sources are make up the largest group for mobile sources, but we also have non-road equipment, commercial marine, and locomotives and other light-duty diesel trucks, diesel vehicles, your diesel cars. Next slide. Vehicle tampering. Vehicle tampering is one of those areas where we partner with Rochelle Wormley and her team in air compliance and enforcement, because as you know, in New Jersey, the sale, lease, or to offer for sale or lease any motor vehicle with a certified configuration motor vehicle engine, that means made by a manufacturer in the United States, in which any element of that design has been disconnected, detached, deactivated, or any other way altered or modified from the design, is prohibited. That means you cannot disconnect or have someone disconnect for you your air pollution control device on your motor vehicle and then turn around and try to sell that vehicle to someone else. The actual tampering is illegal under the federal law, and in New Jersey, it is illegal to sell or offer for sale or lease any vehicle that has been tampered. Next slide. Our inspection and maintenance program currently goes in and looks for tampered vehicles to make sure that those vehicles have been properly equipped and operated. If you have a light-duty vehicle, your normal car or your pickup or your SUV, that gets inspected every 2 years. For vehicles that are greater than 18,000 pounds, your large delivery trucks or larger are also inspected on an annual basis. Currently, we have a gap in our inspection and maintenance program for those vehicles. They tend to be vocational vehicles between 8,500 and 18,000 pounds. And this is a class we are observing significant tampering with the air pollution control equipment on vehicles. Next slide. Scope of tampering. Well, who's doing the tampering? And the example of a coal rolling vehicle is there on the right. If you've ever seen one or been behind one or wondered what the heck is going on there. It's done by owners directly, performance shops, and even some mechanics. And generally, what are they tampering with? Well, we're seeing it mostly on the diesel trucks and diesel pickup trucks. The particulate and NOx emission control systems are removed, modified, or in some way tampered with. Next slide. And how are we responding? As I mentioned, the Bureau of Mobile Sources and our air compliance and enforcement partners are investigating jointly. There are penalties associated. If a vehicle is found to have been tampered with, their first violation can be up to $2,000 per vehicle, and the vehicle has to be made whole. The penalties do escalate up to over $30,000 for multiple offenses per violation. We're observing in that medium duty class about 30% tampering rate, and an ongoing investigation that we have with the nation's largest auto auction. We are also seeing this at used car dealerships with tampering vehicles, and they're advertising on their websites. They're making it very easy for our teams to identify and find these vehicles. Keep in mind, in addition to any penalties, the vehicle has to be made whole prior to selling or reselling. So that vehicle the cost of that can be about $1,500 to $5,000, depending on how much was tampered. Next slide. Just some examples how we find these. Again, we go right online and it says the engine gas recirculation or diesel particulate filter has been deleted. Again, a lot of these vehicles are right online. You can find them. That's how our staff is identifying them. They're being offered for sale. Next slide. Some examples. It's very easy to see that the engine gas recirculation system on the left is missing. If you look from the left to the right, same vehicle, you can see very obviously the vehicle's been tampered with. Again, if you look left to right, the vehicle will be repaired. It's easily identified. Our team has been trained with EPA and with our inspection staff and our motor vehicle staff to identify these vehicles. Next slide. Similarly, underneath your car, your particulate filter, if we look during an inspection, if we look and we see a straight pipe, well, guess what? We know that the diesel particulate filter has been removed and has to be repaired. Next slide. I'm going to shift gears and talk about our state implementation plans. The department has submitted its regional haze second phase SIP showing continued improvements in visibility in our class 1 area and across the state. We are preparing to submit our serious ozone non-attainment SIP that will probably be coming up very shortly, and our final redesignation for Warren County for I believe it's the 1972 SO2 standards. We've had clean data for multiple years, but because of a source in Pennsylvania, we were designated as non-attainment. That source is shut down, and we are in the process of redesignating Warren County. We are submitting our 2015 ozone SIP with our inventory and racks shortly, and we will be having a moderate attainment demonstration for the northern New Jersey non-attainment area that includes New York City and Connecticut. Next slide. We updated our risk screening worksheet. This was posted back in June of 2020, which was the culmination of the one-year process to update the risk screening worksheet. The risk screening worksheet is now more protective of public health, and the resulting use of updated meteorological data in the air mod program, as well as updated toxicity values, has made the risk screening worksheet a much more protective as well as streamlined tool for use by permit applicants. Next slide. The risk screening worksheet, just some quick changes that we made. We raised the minimum stack height from 10 to 15 feet, and we added a couple of pollutants there. And one note, we proposed to add sulfurofluoride. We received quite a few comments on adding sulfurofluoride, so that compound was not added, but we do plan to add that compound once California finalizes their latest review of the sulfurofluoride, which we've been told in early 2021 they will complete, at which point we will go back out for public comment. Next slide. Just talking about some air quality permitting minor sources. Again, looking at what the permits were completed from the 3-year average from 2017 to 2019, from March to October. You see we're down a little bit. We received a few less permits, but we managed to complete quite a few of them. But again, staff is not quite as efficient, especially the permitting staff working from home. There's a significant workarounds and other steps that they have to do at home because of firewalls and other issues that we're working through. So we are a little bit slower on our air permits, especially on the minor source side. Next slide. Major sources, again, We are actually about as efficient as we were in the office, although I will say with public comments and public hearings being what they are virtually now, this has been a challenge. This has been a challenge to keep these levels of performance around the same. Next slide. Some permitting challenges I mentioned, working remotely. We've had a lot of technically challenging permit applications, especially on the minor source side. And our staff has been focused on other work priorities. Assistant Commissioner Baldoff mentioned the NJ Pact rules. We've also been involved, as I mentioned, with our NOx RACT analysis for our ozone SIP. We've had retirements of some very experienced supervisors and technical staff, and I can't stress this enough. We've probably lost over 100 years worth of experienced permitting staff in the last year from retirements or transfers to other divisions within the department. We haven't been able to backfill positions, and we basically lost the month of July for furloughing staff. So we have been challenged in those areas. Again, I'm amazed at our staff, even with all the challenges, is managing to put forth quality products and continues to issue environmentally protected permits. Next slide. So our air program focus has been criteria pollutants, and we continue that 50-year effort to improve air quality. But we do have new challenges in focus. This afternoon, Deputy Commissioner Olivia Glenn will be talking more about it in environmental justice, and the Bureau of Stationary Sources is involved directly with the development of the environmental justice regulations. As mentioned by Assistant Commissioner Baldoff, we are focused on climate change. The Energy Master Plan, as he went over, requires 80% reductions, and we are very deep into the drafting of the New Jersey Pact rules for issuance in 2021. We've also have an air toxics rule that we'll be looking at, that we revised already, the reporting thresholds in 2018, and the local impacts, especially in overburdened environmental justice communities, will be very important in the development of the environmental justice regulations. Next slide. So what rules are currently in progress? Beyond the Pact rules that I mentioned, the fumigation, we are looking at, and we have been in the process of developing additional air toxics, sulfur fluoride and propylbromide and hydrogen sulfide for inclusion in our permitting rules, and to include additional substances in the emission statement program. And that air toxics rule has been stakeholdered. We've been through that, we have drafted it, and we are in the final stages of our management review. We are also looking for our ozone standards to implement additional consumer products, aims, and aftermarket catalyst rules. Those rules have been stakeholdered, but again, due to other priorities, have not been drafted at this point. And of course, we mentioned the Pact rulemaking, which was mentioned by Assistant Commissioner Baldoff, and I think our panel this afternoon will be talking more about these rules. Next slide. And I think, Lynn, I got us exactly where we wanted to be for questions.
Thank you, Frank. That was really good timing. So right now we only have, three questions from one person, from Benjamin Saraco. He said, with Camden Spruce Street air monitoring site frequently having the highest average yearly PM levels in the state of New Jersey, are there any plans on installing additional air monitoring sites in the city to have more localized data on air pollution in this overburdened community?
That's a great question. One of the things that we're looking at to try to develop is more community-based sensors. In other words, a monitoring station costs hundreds of thousands of dollars to set up, and the resources are very significant. What we're looking at now through the Bureau of Air Monitoring is the development of guidance to allow for the deployment of more, we won't call them reference monitors, but more of the monitors associated, like a purple air monitor, other monitors that, while not a reference monitor, can give significantly high quality data. And that is a process that Louis Lim, if you're interested in, we can loop back with you on that, and the Community Collaborative Initiative would be happy to discuss also.
Second question is, particularly some sites outside of Central Waterfront where the Spruce Street Station is located, such as Waterfront South or Northeast Campton. I guess that's the same thing. And then the last question is, what is the long-term plan for the number of air monitoring sites and the and the technology they use in EJ communities such as Camden?
Sure, I think, you know, there's a recognition that we can't monitor everything everywhere with our reference network, which was designed under the regulations from the federal government. But I think what we're looking for is to increase the amount of information we have through the use of these high quality air sensors. And again, they're not full-blown monitoring networks, but they can be used in and around the community by both the department and individuals to gather information. So the purpose of the monitoring network is compliance with ambient air quality standards across the entire state, across airsheds, large swaths of areas. But they're not always the best at pinpointing what an individual, let's just say an intersection or near a business or a source operation. So we recognize that, and we are looking to develop, and we have started developing, actually it's an outgrowth of the Clean Air Council hearing from 2 years ago, the New Jersey Clean Air Council, looking at low-cost air sensors and how we can deploy those in New Jersey.
Thank you. We have one more question, but I do not believe this is appropriate for you, which is the timeline for the EJ rules. Do you have the?
I think Olivia Glenn will hopefully be talking about that. I know we've already started our stakeholdering process, and many parts of the department have been engaged in that. And I do know it is one of our highest priorities, but I'm sure Olivia is going to talk to you about that after lunch.
That's what I thought. Okay, so I want to thank everybody. Thank you, Frank, for your presentation. I want to remind everybody to come back at 1 o'clock for our afternoon session and to fill out the survey, which is one of the handouts that is available to you. I will see everybody at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Hi, Sonila.
Hey, Ron, how are you?
Good.
Did the fire alarm happen?
Yes,
Already?
they already tested.
Oh.
They already tested. There may be a few more. It's part of the procedure here to test the fire alarm system.
Yeah.
And they're
And
done.
won't you know it? It always happens on the day.
Yes, I didn't know, but the good thing is they didn't ask us to leave the building, so we are all here. We didn't have to.
But we don't want to hear the sounds during the presentation.
I think it should be okay. No, they already tested it, so.
Okay, so they won't do it again?
I hope I'll mute myself if there is I hear the sound again.
Okay.
We are on time.
Sounds good.
I just heard
We'll
that.
give a few minutes.
I just heard that Assistant Director Ken Ratzman won't be available, but
Yes.
we have other speakers, Pekana and Frank Stites and Bob Kedig. They are going to be on the air panel for climate change this afternoon.
Yeah. We did lose some people post-lunch. Hopefully they'll join back. Tyrone, you're all set to advance the slides?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Just give it another minute. Good afternoon, Olivia.
Good afternoon. How are you?
So we are ready to. Good. How are you? Good to see your face on the screen.
You too. Thank you.
So we will then just get started because we are right at 1 o'clock. So welcome everybody back to our regulatory conference with the DEP. This is the afternoon session, and we are in the post-lunch. Olivia, you have the coveted spot of being the first speaker after post-lunch. I'm Sunila Gupta with Haley & Aldrich. I'm a program manager at Haley & Aldrich, and I also serve in the program chair role for the chapter. And I'll be introducing the speakers and fielding questions for our afternoon session with Dr. Ron, who you briefly heard from this morning. Next slide. So just reminders, keep yourself on mute, video off. We have been using the question feature for the questions. That's the only way with the large group we have. So please type in your questions as they come to your mind, and we will be fielding those. And we will try to get to as many as we can during the session time. Next slide. So that's just an agenda. I think you all have that in the handouts. Let's go to the next slide. I'll introduce Olivia. Really happy to introduce Deputy Commissioner Olivia Glenn as our first speaker for the afternoon session. Olivia, in her role, is responsible for prioritizing the advancement of the administration's environmental justice and equity goals. She is a longtime advocate of ensuring underserved communities have access to the outdoors and believes that every New Jerseyan has a right to experience and enjoy the benefits of nature. Olivia has held different roles within the DEP since 2003 and has led the DEP's Division of Parks and Forestry prior to her current role. She was awarded with the Camden Environmental Hero Award in 2018 by CCI. Welcome, Olivia. Olivia, we can't hear you. We can't hear you, Olivia, still.
Okay, it says I'm unmuted.
Okay, try that.
Now you are unmuted, yes.
Oh, wonderful. All right. It took all of us working together. And that's part of my remarks today, how we all have to work together. So that was just right, spot on. So good afternoon to everyone. I want to thank you for inviting me to be here today to give you a few remarks. And as was just noted, I'm Olivia Glenn, the newly appointed Deputy Commissioner for Environmental Justice and Equity at the New Jersey DEP. And I've spent a great deal of my professional life working to ensure that every New Jerseyan has the right to experience and enjoy the benefits of nature and a healthy environment. In this particular role, I oversee the offices of environmental justice, diversity, inclusion, and outreach, equal employment opportunity and public contract assistance, and environmental education. And I also chair the steering committee of the Community Collaborative Initiative. So I am proud to be leading the DEP's effort to aid overburdened communities throughout New Jersey and to bolster diversity, equity, and inclusion within our own department. Under the leadership of Governor Murphy and Commissioner Catherine Mccabe, we have truly made great strides in advancing environmental justice goals. And I'm thrilled to outline some of that for you today. Perhaps the most prominent of those is the passage of the Environmental Justice Law that happened on September 18th. When New Jersey issued this law, it was the first state in the nation to do so. And this law is the nation's most empowering environmental justice legislation. But before I get into what the legislation entails, I just want to spend a moment framing what environmental justice is and why this moment in time is just so important. So since the civil rights movement of the 1960s, grassroots communities nationwide have documented disproportionate environmental burdens endured by poor communities and communities of color. These disparities not only occurred in urban centers, but also in rural communities. Accounts from communities and academic research institutions have documented that a disproportionate quantity of minority and poor communities host potentially toxic facilities, such as landfills, incinerators, and other waste disposal entities. And it's not just disproportionate exposure. It is also not balanced with the level of consumption by these impacted communities. A 2019 study published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences found a racial gap between those who cause air pollution and those who breathe it. Specifically, the study showed that African Americans and Hispanics experience 56% and 63% respectively more air pollution than they produce through consumption. This is in comparison to whites, who experience 17% less air pollution than they produce through consumption. These disparities are not limited to air quality and facility siting. They are also present in climate change impacts, water infrastructure, flooding issues, and are reflected in land use and planning policies. Practices clearly embedded in racial injustice, such as redlining in housing and zoning, and the siting of highways and the consequential bifurcation of communities in the 1950s and 1960s, created environmental conditions and limited mobility that contributed to disparate negative public health outcomes, such as elevated blood lead levels, asthma, cancer, cardiovascular disease, and developmental problems in overburdened communities. These environmental injustices did not happen overnight, not through the course of one decision, nor through the course of one administration at any level of government. And it will take all of us working together to reset the course for the improvement of quality of life in all of our communities. So impacted communities have been raising these concerns on a local level, and they've also convened nationally. Some of this national convening happened way back in 1991 and then again in 2002 at the first and second National People of Color Environmental Leadership Summits in Washington, D.C., where over 2,000 attendees convened to define and adopt the principles of environmental justice at the first summit and the principles of working together at the second summit. Those two summits laid the groundwork for what followed as governmental response on both the federal and state levels. Impacted communities knew all along they needed to set the agenda, make the issues clear, and engage other entities like government to ensure that environmental justice is realized. Again, the solutions are not one-dimensional or one permit, and the approaches it will take to remedy this undoubtedly require targeted, intentional, inward, and individual efforts within departments and agencies, as well as outward and concerted efforts between departments, agencies, and partners like all of you at every level of government and with the communities that we serve. These coordinated efforts of government and our partners at all levels to reduce stressors and increase benefits in impacted communities will result in the outcomes we need for those we serve. Like the federal government, New Jersey and other states have taken steps over the decades outside of legislation. In New Jersey, we launched our governmental environmental justice efforts during Commissioner Shin's administration with an environmental equity task force back in 1998. And in 2004, Governor Mccabe issued our state's first environmental justice executive order. Governor Corzine later did the same, and under the Christie administration, Commissioner Martin established an environmental justice administrative order. Governor Murphy, in his first 100 days, passed an environmental justice executive order. That executive order directed all executive branch departments, agencies, boards, councils, and commissions to consider environmental justice in their statutory and regulatory authority. To do so, the executive order directed DEP to 1, create a guidance document, and 2, to launch an environmental justice interagency council, and finally, to create and reestablish the Environmental Justice Advisory Council. So the Environmental Justice Advisory Council has been going for some time now. And in terms of the first step with a guidance document, on October 1st, just a little over a month ago, DEP issued our guidance document. It's called Furthering the Promise, a guidance document for advancing environmental justice across state government. The document directs New Jersey's executive agencies to weave the principles of environmental justice into their core functions. Together, we can set an example for the rest of the state. We, as state government, can help center our environmental justice communities in decision-making at every level of government. In terms of the second directive within that executive order, we held our first Environmental Justice Interagency Council meeting earlier this month. The work of that council will produce initial assessments, trainings, workshops, and work groups, followed by action plans for the executive branch departments and agencies. And one of my favorite things about that process in working through the Interagency Council is it's creating a shared space for all of us to come together across the whole executive branch to really tackle issues that communities experience. We know that some of the issues that are experienced on the ground don't neatly fall into just one department to have responsibility for it. There's often a lot of intersectionality, and this Interagency Council is going to foster greater collaboration between our respective entities, particularly around environmental justice issues, to do more to work together. So I look forward to the outcomes that come from that. The good work that we're doing internally, we hope will also spread throughout other levels of government, as well as in our non-governmental collaborations with partners like many of you. While these efforts have been admirable, no environmental justice community in the nation has had statewide legislation that could preclude, mitigate, or remedy some of our biggest environmental justice challenges. And the thing, of course, with the executive order is that it's a great way to work together. There are so many gains to be made out of it, but it's still not legislation. So it's really important for us to have multiple tools in our toolbox to advance environmental justice for New Jersey's impacted communities. So in September, New Jersey became the first and only state in the nation to take this critical first step via legislation to advance environmental justice. So what does this environmental justice law do? The law aims to better protect lower income communities, communities of color, and limited English proficient communities from the cumulative impacts of pollution. It requires the DEP to evaluate the environmental and public health impacts of certain facilities, such as resource recovery facilities or incinerators, sludge processing facilities, sewage treatment plants, transfer stations or solid waste facilities, recycling facilities, and a few others on overburdened communities when reviewing certain permit applications. Details of the process start with an applicant seeking a permit who must first prepare an environmental justice impact statement. That statement will assess potential environmental and public health stressors associated with the application and stressors that are already borne by that community as a result of existing conditions. This statement must be provided 60 days prior to a public hearing. After that, the applicant is required to organize and conduct a public hearing in the overburdened community. At the hearing, information is supposed to be collected to provide clear and full information about proposed new or expanded facility or existing major source and potential stressors. For its part, the DEP must, following the hearing, consider the testimony that's been presented and all the written comments received, and evaluate the issuance of or conditions to that particular permit in order to avoid or reduce adverse stressors on the overburdened community. For a new facility, DEP may deny a permit if it is determined to cause or contribute to adverse cumulative environmental or public health stressors in the overburdened community that are higher than those borne by other communities. The only exception is if DEP determines that a new facility will serve a compelling public interest in that community. Then they may grant a permit that imposes conditions on the construction and operation of the facility to protect public health. For expansion of an existing facility or a renewal of a facility's major source permit, the department may, after review of the environmental justice impact statement and any other relevant information, apply conditions to the permit concerning the construction and operation of the facility to protect public health. So that's the framework of the law in a nutshell. And the law does not go into effect until we finish the rulemaking process. So we just held our first public meeting for the rulemaking process on October 22nd. And at that meeting, we were joined by over 150 attendees, ranging from individuals to environmental justice advocates, representatives of business and industries, all levels of government, environmental organizations, and social organizations such as the NAACP. Since that time, we've provided the information from that session on our website. If you go to nj.gov/DEP/EJ, you will find a copy of the chapter law, the PowerPoint presentation that was given, a video recording of the presentation that was given, as well as a survey. So even if you were not able to participate in that meeting on October 22nd, you can still go view that information and weigh in on it as if you're looking at it in real time, and give us feedback and questions through the survey that we have. So of course, because it's a rulemaking process, we'll be taking feedback for quite some time. But for our survey, we're looking to set our first milestone for December 14th in terms of getting feedback and starting to incorporate that feedback into our decision-making process. So again, that website is nj.gov/DEP/EJ. And if you go there, that's our Office of Environmental Justice page, and you can find those materials. And if you would like to weigh in, we certainly look forward to receiving your feedback. We feel like it's really imperative that we stand up for our underserved communities. We know there are those that shoulder more than their fair share of pollution and environmental hazards. Those whose residents suffer significantly higher incidence of asthma and other respiratory illnesses, and those that have limited open spaces and access to nature. And so briefly, I just want to touch on what I see in my role as the intersectionality between the business and industry community and this environmental justice law. We believe that this bill represents the rectifying of a burden on marginalized communities, and that responsible businesses can use this change as an opportunity to thrive and grow with their neighbors. You may recall in the introduction, it was noted that I received the Camden Environmental Hero Award. And I used to do a lot of work in Camden right before coming back to DEP, working for New Jersey Conservation Foundation. And with that work that I did, I spent a lot of time interfacing not only with other environmentalists, but also with the business community that was in the city. And one of the things I know, and I'm sure you can all reflect on, where you're from, when people think of Camden, they think of some of the businesses that used to be there. So they think of, and some that are still there. So you have Campbell Soup Company, you have Subaru of America, you have New York Shipbuilding Company that used to be there, and the RCA Victor Talking Company that was there years ago. So when we talk about how people foster a sense of place and a sense of self-identity, we know that the businesses and the industries that make up that community are also a part of that identity. So from my perspective, businesses are a vital and integral part of community fabric. And so what we need to do is just continue to foster the goodness that can come out of that relationship. I will also say environmental protection and economic growth, they are not mutually exclusive. They complement each other. And from my purview, the way I see it is that it's a triple bottom line that we work toward for social, economic, and environmental impacts, all coming together to bring positive benefit for the communities where we reside and that we serve. So environmental justice, I believe, is good for business because we can embrace environmental justice as a paradigm shift of responsible businesses in New Jersey, and certainly replicating that good for others to adopt. It's reframing what success looks like for businesses. Environmental justice can be a pathway to responsible business and to create thriving and healthy communities that support those businesses. We don't want to stop anyone from building a business or a facility to house it. We just simply want to build it better. And again, all environmental justice communities want economic development, but they want businesses that can create opportunities for better investments, and every opportunity we can secure to reduce some of the negative stressors and increase the positive benefits, that's what we need to advance toward. So at the end of the day, what's good for New Jersey's environment is also good for New Jersey's businesses, and vice versa. So we need your engagement, we need your innovation, and we continue to seek your feedback as we work toward that triple bottom line of social, environmental, and economic success. On environmental justice and other fronts, the changes we can make can be sustainable and long-lasting. We can protect New Jersey's businesses by protecting our environment. And since New Jersey is often at the forefront of these protections, the innovations and practices you implement here can make your business more competitive also in other states. As you well know, successful businesses adapt to their marketplaces, and the best businesses see change as opportunities to innovate and lead. And New Jersey certainly leads the way in innovation. That couldn't be more true in our joint efforts to protect New Jersey against climate change and to protect New Jersey for environmental justice communities. So I hope that you will continue to do good for New Jersey by doing well for all of New Jersey's communities. So I thank you for this time, and I look forward to taking any questions you may have.
Thank you, Olivia. I do have a few questions. One question actually came in for one of the previous speakers, but I thought maybe it's relevant for your section. The question was, what type of timeline do you envision for environmental justice rules? And I know you did speak about that briefly, but maybe if you can add to that a little bit more.
Yes, so we're certainly looking to advance as much as we can within this current administration. So that puts us on a timeline of about 14 to 16 months since we actually got started to get the rulemaking process done. That's our hope.
Great. One more question that we have is, do you have a website so that people can see the progress of the Interagency Council?
That is a great question. I would say, you know what? We'll make sure we put updates on our environmental justice website just to continue to let the public know where we are, especially in this point of time where it's really more so deliberative. There will be a point in time where there will be like measurable, trackable outcomes, and that'll be a while. So what I can say is, for right now, to start, if you go to our environmental justice website and see our guidance document, within that guidance document, there's a timeline. And that timeline will show the point in time where we will have initial assessments from all of the departments and agencies. And then what our timeline is to have draft action plans and 60 days of public comment, and then final action plans. So in the meantime, you'll see that what we'll be working on is like the training, the workshops, and the work groups. So it'll be a while before there are some actual tangible products. But once anyone goes there and peruses it, if you find you have other questions for us, certainly feel free to send them my way, and we'd be happy to provide you whatever you'd like to know.
Thank you so much, Olivia, on this great presentation on an important initiative. I just wanted to note for the audience that I did put the website address in the chat, and I also put it as a response to the question. So I think we all said thank you so much, Olivia. And I want to pass it now to Ron to introduce our next speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. Our next speaker is Dr. Nick Procopio, who will be speaking about the current and recently completed research projects and emerging contaminants. Nick is a bureau chief in the Division of Science and Research of New Jersey DEP. His work primarily focuses on management of the multimedia disciplinary research of the Bureau of Environmental Assessment. Several projects are cooperative ventures with external agencies and academic institutions. Nick, welcome.
All right, hi Ron and everybody, thanks for that introduction. And so I'm going to walk you through a little bit of what we do at the Division of Science and Research, and I'm going to put myself in mode here where I can follow along. Okay, so if I can get the next slide, please. So we at the division have a set few goals here, and one is to provide the department with an access to expertise and information that supports the technical program and policy needs of the department. Our division and the staff members within it, the scientists, act as liaisons to the Science Advisory Board, which I'll give you a little bit more description about, and the standing committees which serve to address the many charge questions. We perform research to meet the information and problem-solving needs of the department and to identify and understand emerging issues that require the department's attention and response. And also to that end, we advocate and integrate a multidisciplinary perspective into the department's identification, analysis, resolution of any number of environmental issues. And we know over the years, even within a single year, those issues change. Our charges, our research charges change as new things come on the horizon. So next slide, please. And so we have 22 staff members throughout the division, including our research scientists and our staff within our research library as well, an arm of the state library, which is access to all department members. And our staff expertise ranges from toxicologists to biologists, through many of the technical, the natural sciences, disciplines through chemistry, environmental, and microbiology. So we have a really great team of multidisciplinary scientists that fit into one of many different research buckets that would be could help us address environmental resource issues. Next slide, please. And we provide science-based support to many of the programs throughout the department. We look at things from air monitoring and modeling, fish monitoring, and consumption advisories, which I'll talk a little bit about further on into this discussion. Human health risk assessment. We help in the development of standards for the department. We're often asked to help other programs with data analysis and interpretation of that data. We're also involved in a number of our own field investigations and sample collection, which is, of course, a lot of fun to be able to, develop and implement our own research projects. And then we can also help with literature reviews. So one of the things that we pride ourselves on being able to do is access, all of the current research and current science that's out there and be able to synthesize that for different members of the department in a way that is meaningful and manageable and expresses, some level of confidence in the current state of the science in a particular subject. Next, please. And so first I want to talk a little bit about what our Science Advisory Board is, how they function, and who they are. So the Science Advisory Board is we'll say a branch, an arm of what the Division of Science and Research does and manages. And Science Advisory Board is a panel of over 55 members outside of the department, mostly in academics, in industry, and consulting, who are brought together to answer a number of charge questions that come from different programs throughout the department. And so there is a full board who will manage and oversee the charges that are divvied up among 4 different standing committees. We have a Climate and Atmospheric Standing Committee, an Ecological Processes Standing Committee, a Public Health, and a Water Quality and Quantity Standing Committee. We also have room under an ad hoc committee to address multidisciplinary questions or charge questions that might require the expertise or require the expertise of members from a pool of those different standing committees. So there is a way or a mechanism for us to pull those members outside of individual standing committees. And this Science Advisory Board has been in place for about 11 years now, and we've served up responses, or they've served up the responses to a number of charge questions. Some of the recent ones I'll discuss next. Next slide, please. And so just to highlight some of the variety of issues that the Science Advisory Board and the associated standing committees have addressed in just the past year, we're highlighting some of them. And the first one, they provided a peer review for the first ever New Jersey scientific report on climate change. I will discuss the report itself, the scientific report on climate change, the standalone report. Further when I talk about recently completed science from the division, but they were instrumental in adding the final touch to that report by reviewing it, providing us comments, giving us the opportunity to respond to their comments, and just sort of giving it that last bit of credibility that a report of that nature requires and deserves. In addition to peer reviewing the department's climate science report, they also addressed 2 climate change related charge questions themselves. One looked at the status and future of tidal marshes in the face of sea level rise, and another looked at climate change and associated changes or impacts to the state's water resources. So there was a bit of climate change heavy charges this past go around. 3 other recently completed charge questions included looking at ways to address contaminants of emerging concern in a broader context, looking at identification, ranking, and treatment removal processes. And so one of the questions here is, we tend to look at contaminants of emerging concern, or just contaminants in general, often as a one-off approach. Are there ways of looking at CECs, these contaminants of emerging concern, or contaminants in general, in a broader context, looking at them as a family of contaminants rather than individual contaminants one at a time? The Standing Committee also reviewed proposed EPA MCLs for perchlorate and provided some recommendations on how to move forward. And they also addressed a charge where they looked at outdoor food waste composting and provided recommendations to the department and the department's programs on how to manage and regulate outdoor food composting. So there's some of the recently completed charges and tasks. All of these reports are posted online on the Science Advisory website, nj.gov/DEP/SAB. Will get you to the Science Advisory Board webpage if you were interested in who the members of the SAB and each of the standing committees are. That's posted there, as well as all of their recently completed, I should say, all of the completed charge reports from the Science Advisory Board are posted at that page. Next, please. So Science Advisory Board continues to work, and we have 3 questions underway right now under their review. They're looking at they're researching the need and ability of mitigation to vernal habitat, vernal ponds, or intermittent groundwater-fed ponds are often a resource that is on the fringe of the wetlands that might be or might see impact from land use development. And so how can we evaluate these in a broader picture is one thing that the Ecological Processes Standing Committee is looking at. Also, that same Standing Committee is looking at methods to map nearshore habitat for marine species such as either shellfish or submerged aquatic vegetation. And then the other question on their docket right now is, how does the current science, or what does the current science say about the impacts from horizontal directional drilling to the groundwater, and what steps are appropriate to minimize any impacts or threats from horizontal directional drilling? And so these questions are considered short-term questions, so hopefully they're intended to be completed and ultimately posted within 6 months to a year of being initiated. And so we hope to keep them on that same timeline. Next slide, please. So the next bulk of this discussion, I will introduce some of the research of the division and start with some of our recently completed projects, and then transition and give you some highlights of some of the ongoing research that DEP is, or the DSR is engaged with. So next, please. I mentioned up front that the SAB gave us a very valuable review to the scientific report on climate change. This is a report that came out of, or in part came out of Division of Science and Research, but done in collaboration not only with the Bureau of Coastal Resilience, but also many, many other programs throughout the state contributed with input, whether it be writing, review, data, to pull this report together. It came from Governor Murphy's Executive Order 89, October of 2019, which required the department to put together this scientific report. It pulls together information that highlights and synthesizes the current research that exists and covers a number of topics everywhere from trying to understand what are the forces that drive climate change, for example, greenhouse gases and climate pollutants, and then some of the immediate impacts, temperature, precipitation, sea level rise, and then how together those factors are going to influence things like ocean acidification and then changes in impacts to our resources and ecosystem. And then finishes up with research and data gaps. We don't know everything, or we don't have New Jersey specific information to address every possible factor, but we tried our best to identify where those gaps are, so that as time progresses and as we update this report every 2 years as directed by the executive order, we have a direction and we have a sense of what areas need to be addressed, and we can target those gaps with what new research is out there, or we can direct research to those areas if we have that opportunity. And so next slide, please. Another recently completed and posted report. All of these, should maybe say up front, all of these reports that I'm going to mention in this section of recently completed are all posted on the Division of Science website at nj.gov/DEP/DSR, Division of Science and Research. So you'll be able to find all of these reports. So the one that you have on screen right now highlights water quality trends in nutrients across 28 New Jersey streams from 1971 through 2016. We looked at 3 specific nutrients. We looked at nitrate plus nitrate. We looked at total nitrogen and phosphorus over this time period. And so the arrows up and down and say even there, they're the number of stations of those 28 that either saw a statistically significant increasing or decreasing trend in that particular parameter where we saw no change. And we're happy, and it's a good results that we're seeing over this long-term period. We're seeing decreasing trends, or a majority of sites are seeing decreasing trends in these parameters. So nutrients decreasing, which helps so many different factors of our just the water quality systems, the aquatic ecology, and the associated resources from those particular areas. Although with nitrate, we do see a few more sites increasing, and more than maybe we would like to, and we could dig deeper into these results and try to understand what factors in those watersheds, in those basins, are contributing to the increase in nutrients. And phosphorus, for example, we only see 1 station increasing over this long period of time, and it's an anomaly. We're still trying to understand what exactly is happening in that watershed, where over this 50-year period we see increases in phosphorus. It's the Wading River, west branch of the Wading River in the Pine Barrens. In every other circumstance, it's a very pristine waterway, but we see this uptick over time with total phosphorus. So it's going to take continued evaluation and monitoring to understand what exactly is happening in and around that monitoring site that leads to higher phosphorus. Unfortunately, it's only this 1 site out of the 28 statewide. And then there's a number of sites over this long period of time that are we're seeing, basically a flat trend. So thank you. Next slide. Little different study with this biological control of sea nettles using nudibranchs or sea slugs. And this is a cooperative study that we have with Montclair State University, where we're looking to try to identify a potential nudibranch or these sea slug predators of sea nettles. And sea nettles are jellyfish, one of the common jellyfish that you see if you're in the Barnegat Bay. More of a nuisance species than anything else. But we're curious as we continue to see the sea nettle population increase and be more and more of a nuisance. Are there natural predators to the sea nettle And the answer turns out to be through the study that yes, but it's complicated. So these sea slugs, the nudibranchs in these controlled studies do seem to prey on the polyps of the sea nettle, but trying to implement that, bay-wide provides a number of hurdles to get through. But there does seem to be some hope and potential that more work could show that there could be biological control over sea nettles. And that work is interesting, it's compelling, but it doesn't give us a whole lot of sort of a final statement on how to implement it. So it opens up the door to additional needs, additional research objectives. Next slide, please. We looked also this year with our site remediation program into PAH, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, where we had two basic questions or two phases of this study where we tried to understand, one, can we determine background levels of contaminants throughout New Jersey and assess potential relationships between these PAH concentrations and characteristics such as depth of the sample, the county, not so much which county is which, but using county as a way to break up the state into different areas and look at concentrations geographically. And so county was our dividing unit there. We looked at population density as a factor, distance to the nearest known contaminant site, and also level of forested land versus open areas, as well as any associated metal concentrations. So phase one of that and phase two of the project was to determine whether there was a change in PAH concentration as distance from the source, such as a railroad, asphalt surfaces, roads, etc., increased. And the major takeaways here were that the majority of the concentrations measured throughout the state did not exceed lowest levels of regulatory concern. And typically surface concentrations exceeded subsurface concentrations. And perhaps that makes intuitive sense. The soil at the surface is more contaminated with these PAHs than soil at depth. And then maybe also intuitive to perception would be that concentration of the PAHs decreased the further away you moved from the source. So next slide, please. And so this slide and the next, again, you're going to see just to highlight. So actually, these are publications, peer-reviewed publications from scientists within the Division of Science and Research, and the division scientists who are co-authors are highlighted in bold. So in this slide, and you can just go ahead and show the next slide, are 12, I think if I counted them right, 11 or 12 peer-reviewed publications that incorporate scientists from within the division over just the past year. So the reason for highlighting these is to show that part of what Division of Science and Research really does is try to ensure that the science that we're providing to the programs within the department is also going through that critical peer review process as well. And is getting a very high level of scrutiny. And so you'll see a number of these publications from the past year dealt with issues, particularly with Pfas. There's some water quality and outreach publications associated with our efforts working with our Private Well Testing Act and the data associated with that. And so, continued effort amongst our scientists to not only serve the needs of department programs, but also to ensure that science and those contributions and recommendations that come from us do adhere to the highest levels of peer review. So thank you. Next slide, please. So let me take a few minutes and just walk you through some of the active ongoing projects that our division is working through. Next slide, please. We have a multi-decade project that includes funding from EPA to evaluate environmental trends. And so Right now, we have 39 different chapters on the status of key environmental parameters. And each of these parameters, they range from looking at air quality issues to climate-related resources. We look at a number of different water quality and water resource-related parameters. And we're looking at these trends over time. And much of this, we as a division manage and do most of the technical update and writing and analysis of the trends, but they can't be done without input and support from the programs from which we get that data. So it's definitely a collaborative process that DSR manages, but certainly couldn't fulfill the obligation to EPA without the input and coordination from our programs. We update these as often as we can, given availability of new data, but we do try to update them on at least a 2 to 3 year basis. So, you know, every year or so, we try to get through, you know, ideally 10 to 13 updates of the total 39. Just since last November, we've updated and posted 8 of these. And so again, this series of 39 different reports, you might find only one valuable, you might find you know, a number of them valuable to you, but it does give you a long-term picture of how these particular resources are changing through time. And I mean, just for note, some of the most visited reports tend to be our climate change report. Greenhouse gases has been popular recently. White-tailed deer, you know, then maybe there's a large community of you know, interested individuals in white-tailed deer in the state, but that report also tends to be one of our top 5 most visited reports. So I would suggest if you have interest in long-term data, go ahead and check those out. You see the website highlighted in yellow on that slide at the top of the picture on the bottom right. So next slide, please. I mentioned also that we, on that slide a couple back about showing our recently released peer-reviewed publications. A few of them were related to work around data that's collected under New Jersey's Private Well Testing Act. And so it's near and dear to my heart, something that I've worked closely with over the years. It's interesting. Well, interesting may not be the right word. It's impactful to me to realize that there are about 13% of all residents in the state, over 1 million people. You know, in this you know, small state of New Jersey, but very densely populated state, we still have about 1.1 or 1.2 million residents in the state that are on private well, so do not get their water from a public, you know, water system. It's about 400,000 homes or 400,000 private wells, and so it's a good chunk of our population. And so, anytime a home is goes through a real estate transaction, you're required to test that and you're on a private well. You're required to test that well for up to 32, 33 different, depending on where you are in the state, different parameters, 26 VOCs, lead, pH, arsenic, gross alpha. There's a number, iron, manganese, are required, you know, and depending on where you are in the state. So for example, when I say different parts of the state, North Jersey and South Jersey are greatly different in terms of their geology. And so uranium is a parameter that we're requiring recently now, only in the northern part of the state. Uranium is not an issue in the geologic composition of South Jersey, so we wouldn't expect groundwater to be influenced by uranium. But in the north, we see greatly that it is. We're seeing more and more information and suggestion that arsenic is potentially persistent in certain formations at depth in the southern part of the state. So where we used to require arsenic testing in the north, we now require it in the south of the state as well. And new requirements to the Private Well Testing Act are going to include 3 different PFAS chemicals, PFOA, PFOS, and PFNA, and they were approved when the PFAS MCLs were approved, but the testing and inclusion into PWTA is delayed to ramp up capacity at some of the labs. So that will be online soon. What else do I want to say here? If you can make out the website at the bottom of this slide, they're highlighted. It'll take you to an interactive web-based map where you can look at results geographically in 2 mile by 2 mile grids, or by municipality, or by county, if you want to see parameter by parameter and how those particular areas relate to the state's either primary or secondary contaminant levels, depending on the contaminant. Next slide, please. So also an ongoing project that the division has been involved with is routine monitoring of toxics in fish. And you could visit FishSmart, EatSmart, NJ.org for a list of all of the state's water bodies that have fish consumption advisories, places where we know that anglers are fishing and even taking fish home for consumption. And so we're monitoring fish tissue statewide, evaluating multiple target contaminants. Mercury, PCBs, for example, are the primary contaminants that are driving the consumption advisories, and across different fish species and different water bodies. So if you're an angler and you're an angler, or you know somebody that's an angler that is taking fish out of the water body, taking it home to eat, it's really important to make sure that you understand what might be in that tissue that you are otherwise consuming. And so these fish advisories will highlight the recommended restrictions on how frequently you consume certain types of fish from that particular water body. So it's really an outreach effort ultimately to help protect public health and geared towards the citizens of the. So included in this monitoring will be new contaminants and new water bodies as they become, as new water bodies get added and evaluated, they'll become part of the fish advisory complex, but also new contaminants. Certainly we know, and we're discovering that there's persistent new contaminants that might be driving the need to have consumption advisories, not just PCBs, not just mercury, but also Pfas. And some of our recent work and completed work on Pfas enabled us to establish consumption advisories in certain water bodies that might be driven by these perfluorinated compounds. So next slide, please. And that brings us to the second part of our long-term monitoring of targeted parameters. And so we mentioned, particularly for PCBs and mercury, the long-term monitoring in fish tissue, but we also are looking at and continuing to investigate levels of perfluoroalkyl substances, PFAS, which I'm sure if you haven't heard today, you will. So looking at PFAS in fish, in sediment, and in the water to try and really make the connection between what we see in water, what we see in sediment, where does it turn up, and which one of these parameters might turn up more frequently in fish tissue, or how does it partition from the water to the soil to the, to the tissues in our aquatic resources. And so this study is ongoing and will continue for a good while as we really try and build a baseline knowledge of PFAS throughout the state. And so our previous report that I know I reported out to you last year at this conference when we completed that study, looked at 11 water bodies throughout the state. So this, the ongoing is to look at additional targeted sites where we think PFAS is an issue. And so some of the field season this year for all of these projects gets a little slowed because of the COVID and our COVID response and need to sort of pull back from field work as appropriate. But we'll continue, and we'll get our feet back under us, or our boat back under us, and get back on the water and continue these evaluations. Next slide, please. Harmful algal blooms. What can I say about harmful algal blooms? They've been in the news lately, right? Our water bodies throughout the state, northern waters primarily, but It's not just subject to the geographic north, but all of our water bodies are potentially susceptible to harmful algal blooms. And while we've been monitoring them now for years, and while we've been posting advisories, there's still a lot to learn. And part is, this slide here is directed mostly towards funding that we have from EPA to do some focused research on some of the toxics that we know less about that are produced by certain species of harmful algal bloom. But certainly, as we do this research and try to understand, why when we have a community of cyanobacteria blooming throughout a lake, why are certain toxins released? Why are other toxins released? Why might you have a lake with the same community and at times it produces toxins, at times it doesn't produce toxins? So we're trying to understand and differentiate some of the drivers that cause those differences. But we're also, through this work, trying to build a rapid and accurate field assessment kit to determine some field or bloom compositions and toxin capacity, and then build a risk assessment model for New Jersey water bodies that helps to assess the ability to support either a toxigenic bloom or a non-toxigenic bloom. Again, what are those factors that we should look for to determine whether there are actually toxins being produced in this water body? Because not every bloom is the same. The community profile of a bloom is different, and the toxins that are produced, even with within blooms of the same composition, differ, and we don't really understand why. And even just to tie this back to the fish consumption advisories, we're also trying to understand to what capacity or to what level do some of these toxins get taken up into fish and into the fish tissue. And so what type of advisories do we need to produce regarding fish consumption or fish that are caught and intended to be consumed in a water body that's experiencing a current harmful cyano bloom. You'll notice I say harmful cyano bloom rather than harmful algal bloom in some cases, because cyanobacteria are really what is driving the toxins in these water bodies, not necessarily algae. So there's a lot of unanswered questions surrounding HABs, cyano blooms of that nature. And so our focus and interest is heavy in that area, not just in DSR, but many other programs in the department. Next slide, please. Yeah, just go ahead and have all these come in. And so years, I shouldn't say years like it was so long ago, but in the near past, New Jersey was, and DSR was heavily involved in efforts to evaluate ecosystem responses and conditions in the Barnegat Bay. Those primary projects have sort of come to an end, but there are parts of the Barnegat Bay system that we're still interested in terms of what happens, particularly around the Oyster Creek nuclear generating station after its closure. And so operations at the generating station have since ceased. And so we're looking at, and now we're in year 3 of what we might expect about, or what we might expect from the ecological parameters surrounding or in the water surrounding the generating station. Do we expect them to change, or what type of changes can we foresee? And so we were fortunate to get a year of baseline before the plant closed, and then this transition from closure to post-closure. And we can tie all of these studies to the research that we had conducted as part of the larger Barnegat Bay partner, or Barnegat Bay program from a few years back. And consistent with those previous studies, the current research continues to look at gelatinous zooplankton and plankton community structure, where we're partnering with Montclair in that study. We're also looking at fish, crab, and benthic invertebrates, coordinating with Rutgers and Rider University as partners on that study. studying zooplankton with Monmouth University and looking at phytoplankton with George Mason University. And so one of the additional things we're looking at with phytoplankton is this idea of next generation sequencing and DNA analysis. And I'll mention this again in a couple of slides, where the intention or the hope where the science is going with this is, instead of actually collecting and identifying sort of under the microscope all of these species, perhaps you can collect a water sample and see a DNA signature in that water sample. And so without even necessarily looking and identifying it under a microscope, you might be able to determine its presence based on its DNA signature in the water column. It would significantly increase the amount of analyses that can be done, the timing of those analyses, and so on. So it's and it would also be able to identify what you don't see under the microscope, but might also be present. So it's sort of that leading edge of the science. So what's the next step, and how does the scientific monitoring approaches evolve over time? And I think we'll see this next generation sequencing or eDNA analyses sort of be the cutting edge of some of that new research. Next slide, please. There's an ongoing project that we have still associated with the Barnegat Bay area, and long-term or longer-term work is looking at nutrients and carbon fluxes into the Barnegat Bay from saline wetlands. This is unified research with the division, with U.S. Geologic Survey and the Academy of Natural Sciences at Drexel University, with the goal to measure nutrient and carbon exchange between the tidal stream that's flowing through saline wetlands and then into the bay. And so the ultimate hope here is to be able to determine if or how wetlands in the bay sort of serve as a geochemical process, and how the creeks, the tidal creeks, might impact nutrient loading into the bay. Are they removing some of that nitrogen? Are they sources of the nitrogen? You know, do they help explain some of the nutrient variability that we see within the bay themselves? And so again, we hope to wrap up that work within the next few months, and next year when I present this to you, we'll be able to give more of the final results to that study. Next slide, please. Clinging jellyfish. And so the next couple of slides focus on jellyfish to some extent, but primarily around clinging jellyfish. And so I have just the slide of the photo that you're seeing on the slide here would highlight New Jersey jellyfish information that our scientists within the division have pulled together, not just on clinging jellyfish, but other jellyfish and related species in our waterways. It's become more and more of interest over the past couple of years for information on these estuarine species that we come across fairly regularly. So I would encourage you to, if you're interested in jellyfish in general and some of the natural history of them, go to the DSR website, and you'll see right on the front page a link to this here, New Jersey jellyfish information. And one of those tabs will give you some information on clinging jellyfish. So if I could get the next slide, please. And clinging jellyfish was what was depicted on that previous slide. They're about these little tiny dime-sized critters floating around in the water, usually around or mixed in or attached to the SAV, the submerged aquatic vegetation. But they come with a heck of a punch. If they sting you, it's intense. In some cases, they'll put you into the hospital for a period of time. So understanding their life history, how they move around, their habitat is really important. And so we've been monitoring populations of these clinging jellyfish, you know, in the locations identified on this slide: Shark River, down in Cape May, Toms River, the Metedeconk and North Wildwood have had some of the most intensely focused monitoring over the past couple of years, but other sites, including the Shrewsbury River, the Manasquan, Island Beach State Park, have all been areas where, based on reported occurrence we've done extended surveys to identify the extent of their populations. And just like I mentioned with the phytoplankton surveys a few slides back, clinging jellyfish, these are the relatively small critters, dime size, translucent for the most part. You know, you have to do, you know, sweeping net samples through the SAV to try to identify them. So this is another example where can we reduce some of the risk of, you know, exposure for our samplers if we could do an eDNA or look for the DNA signature in the water sample. So collecting water samples in addition to maybe some of the actual net samples. And, you know, maybe we come to a site where we don't necessarily find any of the individual clinging jellyfish, but their signature might be left in the water. So, you know, it's a crapshoot sometimes where you find them or you don't find them, but their signature might be sitting right there in their DNA signature might be sitting right there in the water. And so if you're able to capture that, you can tell with some level of assurance that they've been there, even if you can actually catch one. So again, it's sort of, I think where we're seeing a lot of the monitoring efforts moving is to a more holistic inclusion of DNA sampling into our traditional sampling methods. Next slide, please. And so we have the continued ongoing CJ or clinging jellyfish research with collaborators at Montclair State University. And you know, we continue to look at development of molecular monitoring techniques, focusing on full season life cycles in some hotspots. And those hotspots, as I mentioned, were Matitaconk and North Wildwood. And then also trying to understand better the population biology around clinging jellyfish. And then also, can we understand from more intensive monitoring and research sort of what some of the venom genomics are. How do these things sting? How does the venom move, you know, transfer from the critter to us, and how do we respond to it? So there's, you know, while we know that people will get stung and it will hurt, there's still a lot to understand about how the genomics work between the CJ. Next slide, please. And then sort of to wrap up the ongoing research segment of what DSR is working on, we're fortunate enough to have right at the moment 3 EPA-funded research projects. We've been lucky over the past few decades to be awarded some of these competitive wetland development grants from EPA. And those wetland development grants afford us the ability to have external funding from our federal partner at EPA to look into issues that are really important to the department and some sort of emerging issues. So next slide, please. And so one of those projects is looking at evaluating ways to determine reference conditions in our tidal wetlands. Oftentimes we go into restoration projects in tidal wetlands, or, you know, many other references that you could sort of allude to, right? And we don't know exactly what the precondition look like or what a natural condition look like. So the effort of this project is to establish what baseline conditions for, in this case, tidal wetlands are, so that as we engage into restoration projects, we have a baseline. And so the effort here is to work with our partners to build a database throughout the, you know, of conditions throughout the state that represent our baseline conditions. Next slide, please. And a second of these ongoing EPA-funded projects is to look at marsh restoration. We're losing an unfortunate amount of tidal marsh area due to sea level rise. And there's a competing need throughout the state around our wetlands, our tidal wetlands, and that is for the Department of Transportation to be able to dredge the navigation channels. And so there was a thought years ago that, you know, is there a way to pull these two issues together? And so what evolved was a series of pilot projects that took the dredged material from the navigation channels and placed it back on top of the tidal wetlands in an effort to help the wetlands, well, one, to provide an area in thin layer deposition for the dredge material rather than moving it to confined deposition areas. And we put it back where put the dredge material, the sediment, back onto the marshes from which it came. And doing so, will that allow us to help the marshes keep up with the pace of sea level rise and help them, sort of battle what we're seeing, where we're seeing drowning of these marshes. And so these are ongoing projects that are helping us understand that transition. And then lastly, the last project that is funded through EPA is an effort to look at, next slide please, is to look at forage fish habitat in one of the most pristine watersheds of the state, down in the Wading River area, where we can look at wetlands and try to establish baseline conditions for what is necessary for habitat restoration, but also improves forage area for many important fishery species. Next slide, please. And then on the horizon for the department, these are potential projects. None of these are underway at any point right now. These are just things where we think science is going in the next few years. One is to look at wastewater epidemiology, using wastewater to track COVID-19, for example, and identify potential community hotspots. A number of areas around the country are already looking into this, and it seems to have potential. Offshore wind development is on the horizon. Pfas, there's still a lot of Pfas research to do, and then also invasive species. These are areas where we think we're going. And then I'll just finish with that last slide and just give you my contact information. So Gary Buchanan is our director. Like I was introduced by Ron, I'm a bureau chief. I get the privilege of working with so many of our research scientists, and so our contact information, our emails are there. If you have questions, please feel free to reach out to us. Thanks for your attention. Ron, I think you're muted.
There we go. Thank you so much, Nick. There is one question. How does the DSR interface with the Department of Health?
Regularly. we have a good communication, especially through our associate commissioners and our assistant commissioner. We have a good bridge between what we're doing within DSR and our colleagues over at DOH, where there's good communication on a number of issues, especially these days with factors around with COVID, but not just that. I mean, even in the through our process of evaluating standards for different pollutants and contaminants, having DOH as a partner is critical to that process.
Thank you, Nick. We're going to have a break from 2:15 to 2:25 p.m. So we should be back by 2:25 p.m. And we have Bureau Chief Kim Sino speaking about water monitoring standards, and the air panel on climate change with Frank Stites and Peg Hanna and Bob Kedick. We'll see you soon.
Thank you, everybody, for joining back. Before we introduce our next speaker, I just want to call out a couple of our upcoming events. Dates are to be decided, but one webinar we are looking to put together is renewable energy with speakers from NBERIC and American Electric Power. And if you're interested, you can email one of us if you're not on the AWMA listserv, and we'll get you on that webinar. And the other is student poster competition and career panel. We've done this in person for last 3 or 4 years. It's held at Rutgers, and hopefully you saw the pictures during lunch break. We are trying to figure out a way to do this virtually this year with 3 universities, Rutgers, Stevens, and NJIT students participating in a poster competition. So we'll keep you posted on that. Next slide, Tyrone. Just reminders again, off mute, off video, and type in your questions in the question panel. So with that, I would like to introduce our next speaker, Kim Seno. She is the Bureau Chief of Environmental Analysis, Restoration and Standards in the Division of Water Monitoring and Standards. Her program issues water quality restoration grants for non-point source pollution, and also oversees the development and adoption of New Jersey's surface water quality standards, as well as groundwater quality standards. Also the development of the list of water quality limited waters, the TMDLs, and watershed plans. Her program also oversees the implementation of the Water Quality Management Planning Program, Clean Shores Program, Citizens and Scientists Volunteer Monitoring, and the AmeriCorps New Jersey Watershed Ambassadors Program. Welcome, Kim.
Hi, thank you for having me. Shall I get started?
Sure, go ahead.
Well, welcome everybody. I'm pleased to present some highlights from the Division of Water Monitoring and Standards and discuss some initiatives that we will have going on in the new year. Next slide. The Division of Water Monitoring and Standards is comprised of 3 different bureaus. We have our Bureau of Freshwater and Biological Monitoring, and they do the monitoring for our rivers and streams, the physical and chemical water monitoring, our biological monitoring. They also have the lab capability. They've been very busy with HABs the past several years, and in addition to that, they do stressor identification. And then our Marine Water Monitoring Bureau does similar work, but of course they do that in the coastals and estuary areas. And also they're responsible for the shellfish classification. And in addition to that, they do real-time water quality monitoring and non-point source track down work. And of course, they also have lab capabilities as well. And then my Bureau of Environmental Analysis, Restoration and Standards, handles the surface and groundwater quality standards development. We do the assessment of the data that is collected by our sister bureaus and USGS and third parties. We assess the data, we prepare an integrated report due to EPA every 2 years. If the waters are impaired, we do total maximum daily loads or TMDLs for that. In addition to that, we have a grant program and we issue grants to restore impaired waters. And we have the very popular AmeriCorps Watershed Ambassadors Program. Next slide. So I'd like to talk about some highlights. I have them listed here, and then my next slides will go into greater detail. But we did have a pretty banner year in 2020, starting off with the fact that we upgraded 600 stream miles to Category 1 anti-degradation status. And I'll talk more about that in a minute. But in addition to that, we also adopted to our groundwater quality standards our new criteria for PFOA and for Pfas, which also protects our drinking water as well. In addition to that, we did have EPA approval and we did update and adopt our 2016 303D list of impaired waters. And I'll have a slide to talk about our future initiatives to get up to date with our 2020 and 2022 integrated reports. We adopted 24 mercury TMDLs to our statewide mercury TMDL approach. We did pass through $6 million in non-point source grant awards, and that was about 24 projects that we awarded to specific entities throughout New Jersey. The division also updated their harmful algal bloom strategy, and that was in line with Governor Murphy's initiatives to address HABs statewide. We updated our New Jersey Vibrio control plan in order to address our shellfish waters to keep them safe. And then in addition to that, we just found out several days ago that our 5-year New Jersey non-point source program plan was also approved and fully supported by EPA. So we were happy to find that out. Next slide. So let me talk about our Category 1 upgrades for a minute. So the department had not upgraded any waters in more than 10 years. And we looked at the data that we had, and we saw that there was improvements statewide that we would be able to upgrade these waters. So based on exceptional fisheries resource and due to exceptional ecological significance, we had enough data to upgrade 600 additional stream miles to Category 1. So that puts us at 47% of New Jersey's waters are now classified as C1 or better. And what that really means is that they're protected from no measurable change to existing water quality. And in addition to that, through the Flood Hazard Area Control Act rules, C1 waters are afforded a 300-foot riparian zone surrounding that water body to give extra protection to keep those waters clean and to have that no measurable change to the water quality. We feel that this is a very efficient approach to preventing impairment from happening in the first place so that we don't need to go back and in fact restore those waters. Next slide. So what you see here is a snapshot that will be from a web page that we're in the middle of updating. We have a web page for surface water quality standards. And in addition to that, we have a page devoted to the Category 1 waters. What we're now doing is creating a story map. And a story map is a great communication tool because it allows you to share a lot of information, but digitally through a mapping format. Next slide. So here's a snapshot of what our story map is going to look like for the Category 1 waters. It shows that we actually have some waters that have a higher degree of protection, our outstanding national resource waters that are in some of our state parks and whatnot, our Category 1 waters. And then in addition to that, the third anti-degradation status is C2 waters. So all waters that are not C1 or outstanding national resource waters automatically get a Category 2 water designation. Next slide. So what I like about this part of the story map, it is an interactive map, and what it shows you is where all the waters are that have the designation of a Category 1, but it also walks you through the criteria, like I said earlier, if it was due to exceptional fisheries resource or if it was due to exceptional aquatic resource, ecological. It shows you why the waters were meeting the definition in our surface water quality standards that allowed us to upgrade it. So we think it's a very nice interactive tool, and we think it will be well received by the public. So I'll have another story map later on, but this is the way that we're starting to go, is using these great tools that are available to us to communicate a lot of information, but to do it through these digital maps that are then interactive so that the public can then log on and scroll around and say, look where they're located and see what's going on in their water body and in their watershed. Next slide, please. So in addition to that, to protect our waters, to make sure that they're swimmable, drinkable, and fishable per Clean Water Act guidance and requirements, each state is required every 2 years to do an integrated report. And there's 2 sections in the Clean Water Act. That's Section 305B, which requires a biennial comprehensive review of all of our water quality in the state. And then there's the more well-known Section 303D, which actually requires the states to prepare a list of impaired water. So it's called the 303D list. So we have to do this every 2 years, goes through a public comment process. The report itself is very lengthy, hundreds of pages long. It includes a lot of mapping. And I'll talk more about where we're going with that in the future. So we just wrapped up our 2016 integrated report, which is based on the previous 5 years of data prior to 2016. So we're working on a concurrent 2018-2020 report. And let's see the next slide, please. We also feel that, like I said, having hundreds of pages of text and maps that are pretty tiny within those texts, it made more sense for us to try and tell the water quality and share the information electronically through a story map. So this is on our current web pages now, a story map for our 2016 integrated report. And the tabs at the top of the page are for the different designated uses: aquatic life general, aquatic life trout, fish consumption, recreation, shellfish, and water supply. So under each tab, you'll find very specific information from the 2016 report related to the different designated uses. And then this snapshot that you're looking at on the screen shows how we have the state divided into 5 water regions. And that is overall 20 watershed management areas that we have in New Jersey. And every 2-year cycle, we try and take a deeper look into one of those water regions and see what the water quality story is telling us. So for 2016, we took a deeper dive into the Raritan water region. We had done a TMDL back in the actual calendar year of 2016. We have a protection plan in the Raritan region, and we've done a fair amount of funding with the Section 319 dollars. And so we did a deeper dive to see what the water quality was telling us in the Raritan. And so the integrated report and our story map walks through and highlights the Raritan region in particular, and to see what trends have been going on in the Raritan region. Then we'll move forward and do a combined 2018-2020 report where we'll be looking at the upper Delaware and the lower Delaware and sharing that water quality story. We, of course, still assess all the water quality for the state, but the story that we tell and the information that we're emphasizing in the deeper dive is on a water region basis. And we think, and we had worked with the Raritan stakeholders, and they were very amenable to this approach. And then, like I said, we will continue to do this moving forward. Next slide. So in addition to all of that work, we added to our statewide mercury TMDL. So back in 2010, we did a statewide mercury TMDL for, I believe it was 122 sub-watersheds that we had identified as impaired due to air deposition and through fish tissue analysis. And then from there, we had additional impairments from our integrated report listing and additional data from fish tissue analysis. So we were able to add to and amend our existing TMDL, and we adopted 26 additional HUC 14s or sub-watersheds to that existing TMDL. And that TMDL analysis is broken down into the report, and it's based on a model that was done for the New England states and then customized to New Jersey. And we have a very comprehensive TMDL implementation plan that talks about the reductions that the state is doing statewide to address mercury, everything from the dental amalgam rule and other initiatives, and how that comprehensively will help to reduce the mercury and preventing it from getting into the fish tissue. Of course, we can't do everything about air deposition because some of it's coming in from other countries, but what we do what we can in New Jersey. Next slide, please. So in addition to all that work, we also manage a non-point source grant program. So in 2020, we put forth our 2019 monies that we had available to do grants. And what we actually did was 2 separate RFPs in 1 calendar year. We called them RFP 1 and 2. But the goal was for RFP number 1 is that we made $2.5 million to only focus on harmful algal blooms, specifically their prevention and management. And this was part of the governor's strategy on what we, the state, could do to try and help municipalities to understand how these HABs were forming and what we could do to address them. So we funded 9 projects under RFP number 1 for that $2.5 million. Then we had a second RFP, which was more of our traditional monies that we put out to do restoration across the state to address our impaired waters. But within that, we specifically funded $1 million in lakes management. And many of the lakes that we funded, if not all of them, for lake restoration, those lakes also had HABs on them as well. And then in addition to that, the Clean Water State Revolving Fund made $10 million available in principal forgiveness. So for a total of $13.5 million, the state made available to address harmful algal blooms. Next slide. So on this slide, which is a snapshot of all the way to 2019, hasn't been updated for 2020 yet, but 2019 was our worst year for HABs. And on the far right part of the slide, even if you can't read the numbers, you can still see compared to 2017 and 2018, how many more HAB incidences that there were in New Jersey. So the department did update its HAB strategy. We now have an interactive mapping and reporting system that I'll explain in the next slide. We do have new alert level thresholds. We've had several HAB workshops and plan on having more. And then in 2020 to date, we've had 30 water bodies with at least one site that had a HAB alert level posting. And next slide, I'll walk through what that means. Next slide. So here's our recreational response strategy. And it's now a 5-tiered color-coded system with a watch, an alert, an advisory, a warning, and a danger level. So therefore, the public, and this is on our webpage, the department can view this map and the interactive mapping tool that's also available on our website, and to understand where the HABs are occurring. If one was reported, the findings from the department's analysis of the HAB, if it indeed involved the cyanotoxins or not, and if the department issued a watch, alert, an advisory, and or a warning related to that water body. Next slide, please. So this is a snapshot of the interactive mapping, reporting, and communication system. This tool also allows the public to report a HAB online through this tool, and then the department will go out and investigate it. So it's interactive in the sense that you can see where all the HABs reported were. You can report a HAB, and then you can see what the department's response was to it. So we think that tools like this that we're starting to develop are really great communication with the public, and give a transparency to the process so that folks on the outside can see how we're addressing water quality. Next slide, please. So moving on to some new initiatives that we have for the remainder of 2020 going into 2021 is that we will look forward to having a groundwater quality standards rule proposal. We will have another surface water quality standards rule proposal. We will have some C1 work groups. So even though we adopted the 600 stream miles to C1, we heard a lot from the public that they wanted to be more engaged in the process. And so we'd like to have some public work groups in the new year where we talk about the definitions that we have for category 1. One of those definitions is criteria for exceptional water supply. So we want to dialogue with the public on what that means, and then see if there's water bodies that could be upgraded for C1 in the future with an expanded definition. But again, it's to have that dialogue with the public on C1 and what it means. I'm going to spend a moment, a few slides towards the end, talking about our revamping of our community water monitoring initiative, or better known as volunteer monitoring. I'll talk about, for a moment here, our 2018-2020 combined integrated report. So as you saw, the 2016 was only just adopted now in 2020. So we are behind, as are many other states throughout the United States. So with EPA approval, and other states will be doing likewise, we will be doing a combined integrated report for the 2018-2020 cycle. However, we will still have two separate 303D lists. Again, the lists are based on the 5 most recent years of data. So our 2020 list will, of course, be more recent than the 2018 list. So we will have 2 lists with 1 report. But instead of having a report that's hundreds and hundreds of pages long, we will continue with the story map tool, but we will take it 1 step further, and it will be completely online and completely interactive with the information that previously would have been hundreds of pages long. So we are working on writing that information now and being able to have it transparent and available through different tabs and links on our webpage. And that's how we will communicate in the future. So Pennsylvania has done this very well. And so we're taking a page from Pennsylvania and doing that for New Jersey. So moving on to TMDLs, we have some lakes that we're interested in doing TMDLs for. Some of those lakes have HABs, some do not, but we will start having stakeholder meetings in the new year, kicking that off probably in January with a lake in the Raritan water region that will meet with stakeholders, put out an announcement, and to talk about what the loading analysis revealed for that lake and reductions that are needed from point source and from non-point sources, and to engage stakeholders in that conversation. And then we'll have some other lakes that we'll address regarding that have HABs, and then talk about additional responsibilities that us, the state, can take on and that the public can do in order to reduce the nutrient load to those lakes, which is a source of contribution to HABs. In addition to that, we're working on our 2020 request for proposals for our water quality restoration grants for non-point source pollution reduction. So folks should be looking out for that. Hopefully at the end of this calendar year, we will be able to go out with that RFP for the monies that we have available. I think we're looking at, right now, we have at least $5 million that we will be putting out there. In addition to that, we're doing more work with HABs. We're going to have a harmful algal bloom expert panel. This panel will be responsible for helping us to develop new guidance materials and to help with the evaluation, prevention, and mitigation strategies that we in New Jersey need to do to address HABs. And then in addition to that, we will have shellfish upgrades, and I'll talk more on that in a minute. Next slide, please. So groundwater quality standards, we're anticipating having a rule proposal in 2021. What we're looking at is updating criteria and practical quantitation levels, or PQLs, for 74 constituents of Class 2A groundwater, of course, using best available science. We're also going to propose amendments that afford DEP flexibility in how we develop our health-based levels, so we will be describing how we will do that analysis. We'll be updating some of our default values in line with default values that EPA uses in their determinations, and also altering our rounding provisions. Some details on that. Next slide, please. We will open up our surface water quality standards rule again, and we will do some changes to the recreational criteria for primary contact, new geomeans and statistical threshold values for E. coli and Enterococcus. We will be updating our freshwater ammonia criteria, new temperature and pH dependent formulas, which were developed by EPA, and we will be following suit in our surface water quality standards. We will be putting in some variance language in our policy section, and also how we intend to protect downstream uses of water quality. We will address some nutrient criteria And like I said, we will be having some work groups related to additional C1 upgrades, and that would be a future surface water quality standards update, probably not in 2021, but in the future for additional C1 upgrades. Next slide. So an initiative that the department is revisiting is our community water monitoring program. We had a viable program many years ago, volunteer monitoring, but we took the time to revamp it, and we now call it community water monitoring, because what it is that it's collecting the scientific water quality data with concerned people working in partnership with us to do this work. So the idea is to increase the quality, quantity, and spatial extent of the data, and that we want to be able to serve the needs of the community and the interests that they have in their local water bodies, so that they could be the stewards of their waters and collect data. But then also, we can't do it alone, and we still have some water bodies that are unassessed, or we have insufficient data. And so with having a cadre of people that are well trained, they can help collect data, some biological data, if you will, which can help with future C1 initiatives, and then also with HABs and HAB sightings. So we have an initiative with the Watershed Institute at Stony Brook, and they are our partner. They have a lot of training that they've been offering on doing quality assurance to the stakeholders. We call it Stream School. They teach how to collect the biological data, how to identify the macroinvertebrates in the stream, and they work closely with our watershed ambassadors who do this program as well for the state. So we're pretty excited about this initiative. Next slide. And we have 3 tiers of data collection, because we recognize that not everybody wants to be at a tier that allows the department to use the data for regulatory purposes, because there is different purposes for collecting data. And so we, just for educational purposes, or to target for particular projects and restoration work, and then for tier 3 regulatory. So we're going out with our trainings and have adopted this 3-tiered system, so that the data collection from volunteers will fall under one of these categories. So again, we're pretty excited about revamping and reinitiating our volunteer monitoring effort. Next slide. And then we will also be updating our shellfish growing water classification rules. So these rules establish the procedures for classifying our shellfish waters and the boundaries for the waters, and then how we have immediate shellfish harvesting suspensions and restrictions, and the permits for agriculture and harvesting the shellfish from these waters that are approved. So we'll be proposing amendments to update and delineate shellfish growing waters, those that are prohibited, restricted, and conditionally approved, in order to reflect the newer data that we have. But specifically, we're looking at doing upgrades in 18 different areas, which will total over 32 acres of water quality improvement. There is a few downgrades as well, approximately 2,000 acres, but for the most part, we're upgrading our shellfish harvesting waters. And this also includes large sections of the Atlantic Ocean. And so on this little slide, kind of depicts some of these areas. And we will be coming out with this rule in 2021. Next slide. So I have listed here our home page, so that if any of these programs you would like to see more information on, and to look at those story maps, or to look at the HABs interactive map, if you go to our home page, you will then be able to see links to the 3 bureaus, and from there you would be able to log on and see a lot of this information that I was talking about. Again, these are just some highlights of what we're doing, so I hope you have interest in pursuing them at a greater level. And if we have time, I'd be happy to take a few questions.
Thank you, Kim. Yes, we do have time. Yeah, and I'll just read out a couple of these questions. One is from Reina Leosa, and she's asking, will there be stakeholder meetings in 2021 for the upcoming groundwater quality standard and surface water quality standard rule proposal?
Let me speak to the surface water quality standards. Everything that I had on the slide has already been stakeholdered in 2015 and 2019. It doesn't preclude that we wouldn't have one final meeting, but the way the rules are written in draft form, everything that we have in the rules has already been stakeholdered for the surface water quality standards. The groundwater quality standards had stakeholdering, and I don't know if they're done with their stakeholdering, but I'm pretty sure everything I mentioned has already been covered in the different work groups and previous stakeholder meetings. And of course, I would refer people to the department's stakeholder webpage that we have for the department. You could just Google it, NJDEP stakeholdering, and all agendas, presentations, and information that we have shared at public meetings would be at that location over the going back to 2015 and 2016 all the way through present time.
Thank you, Kim. The next question is water monitoring and standards conducting any sampling of surface water or shellfish for PFAS?
That's a good question. We work closely with science and research. I know they have ongoing initiatives, and I know that we have started doing some of that monitoring ourselves. So if the speaker would like to leave their email address, I'd like to give them a more specific answer to that.
Thank you, Kim. And they can reach out to you directly as well via email.
I'd really appreciate if they did, because I know we have specific things we are doing, but since I'm not involved in them directly, I can't speak to it correctly.
Thank you. I think that was the end of the questions. I just wanted to ask, loved absolutely the story maps and the interactive tools. You mentioned they are work in progress. When do you foresee those to be available?
So the story map for the 2016 integrated report is on our website.
Okay.
The C1 story map will be on our website within the next month. And then the HABS interactive map is already on the Bureau of Freshwater and Biological Monitoring's website.
Great. Thank you, Kim. And I will pass it along to Ron now to introduce the air panel for climate change.
Thank you, Kim and Sunila. Our next session is an air program panel presentations on climate change, moderated by Director Frank Stites. Frank was introduced in our morning session, so I'm going to introduce the other speakers on the panel. There are Assistant Director Bob Koenig for Climate Change, Clean Energy, and Sustainability at New Jersey DEP. Bob has previously managed the Bureau of Energy and Sustainability and the Air Permitting Program. He served as DEP staff representative to the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, Reggie, working on the program development during New Jersey's initial participation in Reggie. And the other speaker on the panel is Assistant Director Peg Hanna, overseeing the air monitoring and mobile sources program at New Jersey DEP. In this capacity, she manages the state's air quality monitoring network and leads development of policies and programs to reduce emissions from the transportation sector. Unfortunately, the other speaker, Assistant Director Ken Ratzman, could not be here due to family matters. Frank?
Thanks, Ron. We're going to do this sort of as a panel with Bob leading us off, just to talk about some topics to get folks focused and start the discussion on climate change. As I mentioned in my presentation earlier this morning, the focus for the department is still on criteria pollutants, but it's really expanded a lot more into the climate change pollutants. And we're going to lead off with Bob, and then I'll pinch hit for Ken Ratzman and Peg will finish us up, and then we'll open the floor to questions, which I think are going to be the real area of value for all of us. So, Bob, if you're ready, I'm going to hand it off to you to start yours.
Okay, thanks a lot, Frank, and thanks to the Air Waste Management Association for having me here today. I'm gonna give an overview of the Global Warming Response Act greenhouse gas reduction mandates and discuss some of the challenges and the pathways to touch on how the waste sector can play a role in solving those challenges. So the first slide here just illustrates essentially where we are. This is the most recent inventory, which we have published, 2018 greenhouse gas inventory. As you can see, the inventory is broken down into individual sectors. Transportation, commercial, residential buildings, and emissions from electric generation make up the majority of the greenhouse gas inventory. However, greenhouse gas reductions, they will need to be realized in all of the sectors to meet the Global Warming Response Act 2050 reduction mandate of an 80% reduction from the 2006 emission baseline year. Next slide, please, Ron. Okay, so this is sort of this is from our 80 by 50 report, and this is a snapshot of to where we are and illustrating where we would be from a business as usual standpoint. So the challenge is great. Emissions will not decrease substantially unless alternative technologies are widely deployed and renewable energy sources are greatly expanded. In 2006, the net emissions totaled 120.6 million metric tons CO2e, setting the 80 by 50 net emission goal from the GWRA mandate at 24.1 million metric tons CO2e by 2050. So essentially, we're looking at all these sectors, and we have to reduce our statewide greenhouse gas emissions as we inventory it to 24.1 by 2050. Since the beginning of the Murphy administration, the state has deployed policies and programs aimed at facilitating a transition to a clean energy economy. And while these programs are moving forward and are promoting substantial emission reductions, these efforts, however, alone are not going to be enough to meet the 80 by 50 goal. Next slide, please. Sorry, I think we. Sorry, I think we might have been in the editing. I think we might have been missing an individual slide here. But this projection here shows where we have to go to in order to meet the 80 by 50 goal. As you can see, we're heavily have emissions that are in the transportation and electric generating sector. But this pathway illustrates what was modeled as the 2019 Energy Master Plan. So this shows how an economy-wide approach where the Energy Master Plan modeling indicated that these sectors would have to reduce in this proportion to achieve that 80 by 50 target there on the dotted line. Next slide, please. Okay, so how we are going to get there. There's going to be some big picture and some smaller targeted initiatives that are going to be needed to achieve 80 by 50, 80% reduction. To achieve the 80 by 50, we're going to rely on some really big economy-wide things that are going to have to be done, and a number of smaller ones, but yet critical ones. Electrifying most of transportation and our building and heating cooling needs is a big economy-wide initiative that is going to rely on regional as collaboration, even national collaboration, as well as local action. Next slide, please. So continuing the theme of the big picture, electrifying most of transportation and the New Jersey building sectors while simultaneously decarbonizing electric generation is really the key to meeting by 80 by 50. We are going to transform how we consume energy, moving away from a dependence on fossil fuels to do our building heatings and petroleum to power our transportation, and lean heavily on electrification. So in the absence of a corresponding decarbonization of electric generation, we run the risk of transferring the emissions from transportation and buildings to the electric generating sector and failing to meet the 80 by 50 goal. Next slide, please. Okay, so the state's goal of clean energy is, as you can see, this is indicating load in New Jersey. So the we're looking at where we are now. We consume, roughly about 78 million megawatt hours based on retail sales in New Jersey. And the Energy Master Plan, the 2019 Energy Master Plan modeling predicted that we would be more than doubling that to roughly 165 million megawatt hours by 2050. So, looking at where we're getting our electric generation from in 2050, you see that there is a big expansion of renewables. The state's goal of reaching 100% clean electricity is going to rely on zero emission sources heavily, such as wind, solar, and as battery technology develops and provides opportunity for storage, batteries. But this is going to have to be paired with dispatchable resources powered by renewable biogas or hydrogen. And that's kind of where you can see the modeling picked up in the later 2040s, the need for that to become deployed. With a projected more than doubling of the New Jersey electric demand, having this dispatchable carbon neutral electric generation is necessary to meet our grid resiliency needs. The wind is not always going to blow and the sun is not always going to shine, regardless of how much capacity we build, and the need to respond to peak load demand and have dispatchable generation is critical. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm going to waste management sector and greenhouse gas emissions. This is the Air Waste Management Association conference. I'm going to focus on how the waste sector will play a role in achieving the 80 by 50 goal, and illustrate how it will become have a part in that pathway of ensuring that we have opportunities for clean, dispatchable electric generation as we approach 2050. Next slide, please. So waste management and the greenhouse gas emissions. Waste management is the largest source of non-energy greenhouse gas emissions in New Jersey. So, once we take out the transportation, the electric generation, and the consumption of fossil fuels for heating, it's waste management would be next. It consists of two separate subsectors: municipal solid waste management and wastewater treatment, both of which are sources of methane and carbon dioxide emissions. There is, in 2018, the state's waste management and agricultural sector, because we did lump agriculture represents a small component, but the agriculture kind of fit in well because of the organic waste decomposing and being a source of methane. But this is mostly from the waste sector. But in 2018, the state's waste management and agricultural sectors collectively emitted 5.7 million metric tons CO2e, contributing to New Jersey's net greenhouse gas emissions of 97 million metric tons CO2e. Emissions generated from ancillary operations related to waste management facilities, such as the collection and transport of waste and the consumption of electricity to run these facilities' equipment, they're accounted for other chapters in the 80 by 50 report. Now, this is an important benefit of waste reduction that results in emissions reductions beyond the waste sector. So less waste has the effect of reducing the energy consumption and emissions associated with the processing and transporting it. This results in additional reductions of the other sectors like the commercial, industrial, and the transportation sector. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is a graph that illustrates where the projected emissions are going in the waste management sector. And so it represents really a business as usual 2050. And what the graph indicates is that through a little bit of population growth and actually projected a little bit more waste generation per capita, that emissions would be projected to increase through 2050. So the DEP estimates that a big way to counter this BAU of increasing emissions in the waste sector is to reduce food waste disposal. And the food waste disposal in landfills that calls for a 50% reduction by 2030, that can eliminate 1.6 million metric tons CO2e annually by 2050. Achieving this scale of food waste reduction and recovery by 2030 will require residents, businesses, and other entities to generate less food waste, as well as the creation of a food waste recycling industry in New Jersey. Citing food waste and recycling close to the large food waste generators or at landfills, and encouraging community-based programs that source separate will facilitate this reduction. Next slide, please. So the slide shows, again, where we can get with the reductions by diverting the organic waste, food waste from the MSW stream. So as mentioned, diverting food waste from landfills will reduce emissions by 1.6 million metric tons CO2e annually by 2050 from the BAU projections. The bulk of the emissions reductions from this sector can be realized by enhanced waste management practices through the development of a circular economy in waste handling. So this process would incorporate food waste separation at the source and introducing that food waste as a feedstock to renewable biogas production to produce zero net carbon emitting electricity. Next slide, please. So we're looking to, from the our Global Warming Response Act 80 by 50 report, identified really two key sector pathways for the waste sector. And they dovetail with the recommendations of the 2019 Energy Master Plan. The 2019 EMP encouraged biomass to energy projects that reduce GHG emissions from wastewater treatment facilities. This technology already exists, and it can be expanded by co-digesting wastewater biosolids with food waste or animal manure that could vastly improve the specific methane yield for beneficial energy production, further increasing the BTU content of that gas. So really, just in kind of wrapping up this section, meeting New Jersey's greenhouse gas reduction goals is going to require us, specifically from the waste management sector, to focus on sustainable life and business practices in how we generate, handle, and utilize waste. The development of a circular economy centered around waste handling is going to be an essential step in meeting our greenhouse gas reduction goals, and we and growing a clean economy, a clean energy economy in New Jersey, and knowing that they're getting aside from decarbonizing electric generation, electrifying transportation, these key advances in these other sectors are critical for us meeting our 80 by 50 reduction goals. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. We'll go right into, if it's okay with everybody, we're just going to go right ahead and we'll do the question and answers as we get to the end of the presentations all the way through. So I'm just going to, next slide, I'm just going to hop right into Ken's presentation, just so everyone understands the framework of where the department is. As mentioned by the commissioner in their opening remarks, the department rejoined Reggie. Reggie is that market-based program that reduces CO2 emissions by imposing a cap and requiring facilities to hold allowances equal to the amount that they're emitting. The regional cap is designed to decrease by 30% over the next 10 years. So that is the first initiative that the department re-engaged. If there's questions about Reggie, I'm sure we could spend the next 3 to 4 days. Bob and I could talk to you about Reggie a little bit. Additionally, we have the Global Warming Response Act, which Both Paul Baldoff and the commissioner and Bob, Assistant Commissioner Baldoff and Bob Keddick have gone through, which requires the 80% reduction of the 2006 levels by 2050. That's our 80 by 50. Now, Governor Murphy last year put out Executive Order number 100, New Jersey's Protecting Against Climate Threats. And that was directed to the commissioner and the department to do, among other things, reform and modernize our air and land use regulations to mitigate the effects of climate change. Next slide. And the commissioner, in response to the governor's executive order, put out Administrative Order 2020 number 1. And what does that require? Well, it requires rules proposed by the department, several things. But the first was the 80 by 50 report, which Paul Baldoff and again Bob discussed a little bit in detail. There's also a greenhouse gas monitoring and reporting rule, which is in development and will be proposed very shortly. This will be hopefully providing additional information necessary to gauge the levels of greenhouse gas emissions and potential strategies to reduce. Now, we are also in the process of proposing rules to establish criteria for reducing CO2 emissions. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the stationary source emission reductions. And Peg Hanna is going to discuss a little more about the mobile source emission reductions of CO2. Additionally, we are required to look at proposing rules that also reduce short-lived climate pollutants consistent with the 2050 report that was just published. Next slide. So in looking to establish greenhouse gas monitoring and reporting rule, there was a stakeholder process on this rule. Kai Asral led this effort in February, and we are currently drafting those rules to capture, again, those emissions that are not currently represented in our existing monitoring and reporting rules. And we are expecting the rule to focus on hydrofluorocarbons, which are the cooling and air conditioning emissions, and methane emissions. Next slide. Now, what is the department considering as it develops the initial criteria for reducing CO2 emissions? And keep in mind that word initial criteria. Next slide. So we've talked a little bit about this in my presentation, in Paul's presentation, and a little bit in Bob's presentation. The Energy Master Plan and the Integrated Energy Plan, as Paul discussed, were implemented, were finalized last year. And this year, we took the Global Warming Response Act report and tried to implement all of those items inside of it. Again, we are constantly informed by scientific report on climate change and building codes and the Reggie Strategic Funding Plan, as well as New Jersey's Renewable Portfolio Standards. All of these items are circular in nature. One influences the other and makes changes through the third or fourth or fifth time around the loop. So just keep in mind that whenever we talk about Energy Master Plan or we talk about Strategic Funding Plan, they are all related, as Paul Baldoff went through in his presentation. Next slide. So what are some of these examples of regional or national dynamic influences? We don't exist in a vacuum. We have the PJM energy generation mix. We have policies by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. We have technological innovation. How quickly does it come along? We have the economy as a whole. And we also have the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which releases information on the best state of the science regarding climate change. Next slide. So I'm going to talk a little bit about two of these items real quick. The 8550 report identified 3 key strategies. And again, we're not going to talk about the mobile sources just yet. Peg will follow up with a discussion on that. But as Bob mentioned and Paul mentioned, we have to move the electric generating sector to a carbon neutral generation. That is part and parcel of getting to 80 by 50 and renewable, 100% renewable electricity. Again, on the stationary source side, in addition to moving the electric generating sector, we need to move away from fossil fuels to electrified buildings and structures. Next slide. Now, some of the challenges. Again, it's demand versus supply. If we electrify the buildings, we create greater demand. So the department has to coordinate with BPU to ensure that the supply of carbon neutral electric generation comes up by that same amount in demand in proportion to the increased demand of electricity. if we move too quickly to reduce and move everyone to electricity before the electric grid has been decarbonized, we reach a tipping point. And that tipping point is important because A, we want the lights to stay on. That's an absolute must. But what happens if New Jersey's clean generation can't meet that need? Well, then there's the possibility that leakage. What do I mean by leakage? Leakage is where that electric demand is met up by less clean, more carbon intense sources outside of the state. So there's a balancing act here. We need to keep the lights on. We need to decarbonize, but we're limited in terms of a pace. We want to be able to make sure that the demand is met by clean generation. Next slide. So the New Jersey Pact rules. The Division of Air Quality, Energy and Sustainability will propose rules with New Jersey Pact directives that address those three key strategies I mentioned. Next slide. Again, it's a balancing act. In order to balance the interests of electrification and generation, we will undertake progressive efforts. Remember I said earlier we are looking to progressively reduce the emissions. And the first steps, again, the first steps we're looking at doing is a CO2 emission limit for new and existing electric generating units to ensure that New Jersey has a reliable supply that meets rigorous performance standards. We are also looking in this rulemaking to ban the most carbon intense fuel types. And third, we are looking to drive commercial and industrial buildings towards electrification and away from fossil fuels. Next slide. All right, so that is my quick overview, and I am going to hand it off to Peg Hanna, who's going to talk about the NJ Pact rules and the impacts they're going to have on reducing climate threats.
Sounds good. Thanks, Frank. We could go ahead and move to the next slide. So all of these documents that we've been talking about today are all coming out with different high-level goals between the electric vehicle law, the 80/50 report, furthering the promise, which is our EJ pathway, and NJ Pact. I wanted to take a few minutes today to try to put them all in context for you from a transportation perspective and let you know how they fit together and what we're doing to implement them. Next slide. This particular slide is really important to me because I think it demonstrates in very clear terms what a steep curve we have to get to our goals. I think it's clear from this graph here that in order to meet the light duty goals as well as the medium and heavy duty electrification goals that we're going to talk about shortly will require nothing short of a village. It will require a variety of stakeholders as well as a variety of strategies and every penny that we can pull out of the couch seat cushion, because we need money to advance a lot of these ideas and concepts and projects. Next slide. So when we dig in and analyze the registration data, we come up with maps like this. And this is just to give you an idea not only of where the electric vehicles are currently registered, but also which vehicles are Tesla, or you could see what a predominant role Tesla plays in our electric vehicle market right now, and then which ones are non-Tesla. So the darker the color, the more concentrated the registrations of electric vehicles are. So primarily in our densely populated areas. And then when we subtract the Teslas and just look at everything else, you'll see that it's the map on the right. So very, very few of the electric vehicles registered today are Teslas, are non-Teslas. So about 85% of the electric vehicles in New Jersey are Teslas. And that's important because Tesla has a proprietary charging infrastructure that they use. So when we look at charging locations, we need to think about the types of vehicles and where they're registered and where they're traveling. Next slide. So I want to just talk briefly about some of the things we're doing with existing sources of funding to try to develop the market and further some of these goals. We launched our It Pays to Plug In grant program back in 2016. So it's been about 4 years now, because one of the biggest obstacles we were hearing about is range anxiety. So people were concerned that their car would be out of a charge and they wouldn't be able to get to their destination or return home. So our intent with this program was to fund at least half of the cost of a charging station. And to date, I'm very pleased with our team's effort. We have actually given out $4 million for 825 charging stations. About half of those are in public locations and another half are private, which means they're at workplaces or multi-unit dwellings like condos and townhouses. We also just announced a grant program for fast chargers, which are going to become more prominent as the number of electric vehicles increases. So the fast chargers are much more expensive, upwards of $200,000 in some cases, depending on the site improvements needed. So our grant program provides up to $200,000 per location. Next slide. As I said, it's going to take a variety of strategies. The cars are not going to sell themselves, and we have huge, huge goals that we're trying to reach. So we have several other, this is just a sprinkling of some of the additional strategies that we're working on. PlugStar started last year. That's a dealer training and certification program. So with this program, we're hoping that when a consumer walks into a particular dealership, that they get a salesperson that understands electric vehicles, that has a charging station there and actually has an EV to show them. So trying to get the dealers up to speed on EVs and promote those electric vehicles and give the consumer a better buying experience. Drive Green is a branded website that we developed a couple years ago, meant to be a one-stop shopping for all things EV. So information on there ranges from resources to local government, to grant information, to just basic questions about what is a level 2 charger versus what is a fast charger. And then finally, the one on the right is a really exciting partnership between the automakers and state agencies all throughout the Northeast to brand towns as electric friendly. So we call this our Destination Electric or Drive Change, Drive Electric campaign. And that's meant to increase tourism to towns that have charging stations and that are EV friendly. Next slide. You heard Olivia this morning talk a lot about equity and the needs of the urban communities. I believe we need to curate a different approach for the EJ communities. We know based on statistics that very few people in our urban areas have cars of their own. And we also know that many of them are underserved by public transportation. I was fortunate enough a couple years ago to spend almost a week out at Rocky Mountain Institute digging into the issue of how do we provide clean transportation options to these overburdened areas? And we specifically looked at designs for local ride sharing and ride hailing concepts. We are accepting applications for electric ride sharing and ride hailing and expect to fund several of them shortly. So again, acknowledging that the residents in our overburdened communities have different needs, and we need to carve out an approach that specifically addresses those needs. Next slide. So I want to shift gears now to what we call medium and heavy duty vehicles. So these are things like your delivery vans, ranging from the delivery vans all the way up to the big tractor trailers that you see going up and down the highway. Even though this sector, the medium and heavy duty vehicles, might not contribute as much to the overall emissions pie or emissions inventory, as we say, the per vehicle emissions are much greater. So when we look at about 6 million cars registered compared to 500,000 medium and heavy duty, the opportunities are much greater to get reductions from those 500,000 medium and heavy duty. So we joined forces with 15 other states and jurisdictions, including our leader, California, our leader, in my opinion, California. And we agreed to work together to develop an action plan to ensure that 30% of new truck and bus sales would be electric by 2030, increasing to 100% electric by 2050. In addition, we are exploring rulemaking that would potentially adopt these goals into rules, and we should be making some public announcements on that before the end of the year. Next slide. This is just, to me, a good visual. So these are the governors of these states signed on to the MOU that I just explained. And you can see we have almost all of the Northeast in here, the West Coast is here, and then our friends in Colorado and Hawaii also joined us. And all of these states combined make up a significant share of the medium and heavy duty market throughout the country. So we're hoping that with that power in numbers, we can really move the market and get the auto manufacturers to bring these cleaner trucks to our states. Next slide. Just in terminology, if you could sort of take a mental snapshot of this, we talk about different classes of vehicles. So for the MOU that I just mentioned, as well as the rulemaking that we're considering, we're talking about class 2 through 8. So again, the step vans, the delivery vans, garbage trucks, school buses, transit buses, things like that. Next slide. And when we look at regulatory strategies, we're figuring out how to move the market. You know, how did we come up with that 30% of sales should be electric by 2030? California and the Northeast states looked at these 4 considerations before we put those goals, sales goals, into our MOU, and as we're considering putting them in regulation. So what we know right now is that there are 70 models commercially available for a variety of applications in each of those classes that you just saw. We expect that number to at least double by 2023 and then increase exponentially after that. We believe that by 2030, the most commonly used types of vehicles in each of those weight classes that we saw will have what we call total cost of ownership parity with a gasoline or diesel fueled vehicle. And in fact, most of those will reach cost parity before 2030, in our opinion, and based on our best information right now. Next slide. And then the final piece of our overall strategy that I wanted to mention is the various funding sources that we're channeling to try to move the market for light duty charging stations as well as for medium and heavy duty electrification. The commissioner touched on Reggie and Volkswagen this morning. I just wanted to give you some overall stats, and then I'll tell you in no uncertain terms that it's not nearly enough. So we have funded or plan to fund $70 million worth of medium and heavy duty truck electrification, as well as charging stations through the Volkswagen settlement. Through Reggie, working with our sister agencies, the Board of Public Utilities and EDA, we expect to spend almost $80 million per year for the next 3 years on transportation electrification. That will primarily be focused on charging infrastructure in medium and heavy duty vehicles. So while that sounds like a tremendous amount of money, when we look at the total amount of money that's needed, this is probably in the order of between 1 to 10% of the money that's needed to achieve the mandates of the EV law, the 80/50 report, and the goals that are set forth in the Furthering the Promise EJ document that Olivia talked about earlier. I think that's my last slide. The next slide, yes. So Frank, I'll hand it back to you.
All right. So, you know, before we get going, I don't know if there's any questions in the chat boxes yet, but I think at this point we want to open it up for questions, Ron. So I would say if there's any questions pending, great.
Yes.
If not, okay.
Yes,
Why don't we start with some of the questions?
There's a question in the questions section of the webinar, and the question is there a luxury tax used to support this infrastructure, since most of these cars are purchased and owned by high-income residents?
Good question. Hey, I don't know if you want to field that one or if you would like. Okay.
We do not have a luxury tax. I'm not sure who made that suggestion, but I'd suggest that they contact their legislator.
It came from Tim Mangold.
Okay, Tim, reach out to your legislator. That's a great idea.
And I don't see any other questions here in the question section of the webinar.
So one of the questions that I thought we might, and maybe we answered it already, but I just want to field one out there, and I'm gonna hit this one out to Bob and Peg and myself, and be a little self-serving. The rulemaking that we're talking about for the NJ Pact And the question is that going to be a one-time rulemaking, or do we expect to develop additional regulations through time? And I can do a quick answer for the stationary sources. We've viewed this all along as an iterative process where the rulemaking will establish some initial reductions. But of course, if you look at the Energy Master Plan and the 80 by 50 report, in all sectors, we're pretty much looking for reductions. So whether it be in the waste sector or the electric generating sector or the transportation sector, we are looking at over time additional reductions happening. So these are just the first steps in the regulatory realm and also in the incentive realm to try to move us to what is really a quite daunting goal of 80 by 50 and 100% renewable energy. So other questions. I can keep talking.
Yes, there is one more question here. I see. Let me move this here. There was no mention of other types of fuel burning equipment, such as lawn movers, blowers, chainsaws, gas grills. Will these be included as well?
Okay, so the question is, when we're talking about other types of sources, other things that are burning fossil fuels, at this point, we are not looking at reducing those particular sources of emissions initially. We are looking to reduce the amount of more carbon-intense fuels, so the things like coal and heavy oils, eliminating those in the initial steps. But certainly, as we go along, those whether they be programs to incentivize the conversion of those devices to electric is certainly one of them. In terms of looking at them from a regulatory standpoint, currently we don't regulate consumer products as intensively as we do the stationary source rules, but that is, eventually there will be that will be a sector that probably will be coming more and more to the fore, but not necessarily as part of this initial effort.
Thank you, Frank. There's another question here. Other than constructing charging stations, how can New Jersey DEP cause auto owners to transfer to EVs, assuming gasoline-powered vehicles will still be sold in New Jersey between now and 2050? And there's the follow-up questions. Through these emissions restrictions, that's the question. Also, how will New Jersey DEP cause all residential and commercial structures be electrified by 2050?
So on the question of how we,
yes,
on the question of how we encourage people to buy electric vehicles, one of the things that I should mention is we have, I think, the most generous rebate program in the country. So right now, many vehicles qualify for federal sales tax exemption. On top of federal tax credit, New Jersey is the only state in the country that also has a sales tax exemption. And then third, our Board of Public Utilities announced a rebate program where you can get up to $5,000 cash on the hood for an electric vehicle, depending on the range of the battery. So when you combine all those three things, the federal tax credit, sales tax exemption, and that $5,000 rebate, you're talking about getting a $35,000 car for something like $20,000. So very comparable to the price of a gasoline equivalent. I cannot answer the other question. That would be Frank.
Could you repeat the question again one time, Ron?
Okay. I'm going to read the whole question. It's got four parts into it.
Well, let's do them one at a time.
That's about 4 or 5 questions to put together in one. Other than constructing charging stations, how can New Jersey DEP cause auto owners to transfer to EVs? Assuming gasoline. Yes, you answered that one. Now, through emission restrictions, that's one question. And then also, how will New Jersey DEP cause all residential and commercial structures be electrified by 2050? And then
Frank, I can take a crack.
Yeah, Bob, I was going to say, do you want to field this one, Bob?
Sure, I'll take a crack at it. Yeah, that's challenging. We have an infrastructure that's built on delivering fossil fuel for our heating needs. What we identified is and again, to speak to Frank's point, is that this is going to be an evolving process between now and 2050. What we did identify in the 80 by 50 report is that early market opportunities would be where you currently do not have a pipeline supply. So there is still a significant part of the state that relies on propane and fuel oil. Those are costly fossil fuel options. They're often in rural areas, but there's also a significant amount in more densely populated urban areas that still rely on like above ground fuel tanks for heating purposes. These would be good like early adopters for electrification. And as we move forward from both from a policy, a statutory standpoint, a regional collaboration, some even national, looking at how building codes could evolve to incorporate electrification as part of our building structure. And I think that as we're looking at developing policy and regulation moving forward, the technology is certainly evolving as we speak, but also the economy around those renewable options are changing. I mean, the price of solar has dropped dramatically. We're just on the cusp of deploying large scale offshore wind. So as those options become more economic, there will just be an inherent just economic advantage to adopting electricity as the primary source of heating.
And the follow-up question is, who will pay for retrofitting?
Yeah, retrofitting, that is the biggest challenge. I mean, right now there is energy efficiency mandates. I'm sorry, energy efficiency incentives, but there would have to be an evolving source of subsidy to encourage those retrofits as we move forward. It's just it's a little more challenging than the new construction, but we're going to have to do these things and identify them as early adopters and let both the technology and the economic markets move forward.
Okay. Now there's another question, maybe a follow-up to the earlier question. Who is going to pay for conversion from propane and fuel oil conversion to electrification?
Well, there's that would be as policy incentives are developed. I mean, right now, there may in itself be an economic advantage from shifting when you do a retrofit. It's just that often those non-pipeline distributed either fuel oil or propane tanks are really the only viable option. And as the electrification, as both ground source and air source heat pumps become more economically advantaged, that there would be future incentives that may be developed in parallel with that, but an economy of scale and those prices are continuing to come down.
And Bob, I would also offer that technological innovation will play into that exact point. When we started, you made the point when solar was first coming out in numbers, 10, 15 years ago, it was quite expensive. It was only really the early adopters and folks who could afford it. As technology advances, the cost will come down in price. So, things like a ground sourced heat pump, while there's a large initial capital investment, even now, once you have the wells and the ground source built, the cost for the equipment inside the house has price parity with the fossil fuel fired equipment. So that's something to keep in mind, that technological innovation will continue to reduce costs of the alternate technologies.
Yeah, and absolutely. And to your point about a developing Pact rule and regulatory approach and policy point, we're making the best informed decisions we can with 2020 technology and 2020 economics and markets. And as those evolve, the regulators and policy developers have to remain nimble and respond.
Thank you. Now there's another question. Do you see friction between the upcoming EJ rule and the siting of facilities that may be necessary to secure a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions from waste sector? And how much both very worthy goals?
Yeah, there. First and foremost, the community engagement and siting is critical for any permitted site. But where I think that we have to approach this from the waste sector is that, one, understand that there is to look at where the waste is already being sent or it is being sorted, and use these technologies to not only further renewable carbon-free electric generation or the separation of the organic material that provides a feedstock for that electric generation, but also how do those future projects speak to the equity issue within these communities? And there is opportunity to provide these projects in communities and facilitate reductions in those communities. I touched on it a bit in that the ancillary reductions associated with not throwing out as much stuff, about not having as many trucks driving through a neighborhood. This could all be a component of the siting. But in general, building new sites, absolutely. Community engagement, equity on where that site is have to be considered. And the impact of off-site may mean that, it's not appropriate in that community. That community has enough environmental stressors. And while it may be economic and it may be a clean energy project, siting in a community that already has significant stressors is not the best path forward.
Yeah, if I could re-emphasize Bob's point about early engagement with the communities, certainly a project that is looking to expand or site a new facility is really going to have to come into the community and make sure that the community is a partner and the community sees the benefits to the project. Without engaging and getting the buy-in of the community, any of these new or expanded projects really are going to have a very difficult time obtaining permits, even if they comply with the air quality regulations and the waste regulations and the water regulations. So it really has to be thought of as a partnership between the host community, who has to be engaged extremely early in the process. The community, it really needs to have a seat at the table to be able to speak with the developers and understand the processes and what are the benefits for their community. If they're going to host it, what are the benefits associated with it? And I think that would be the best advice I would offer for anyone looking at these projects is you've got to engage the community early and often before you even consider submitting applications to the department.
That's right. There's another one here, not so much a question, but a statement. 10 plus minus years ago, how many of us had a flip phone? And how many of us are now on this video chat on our phones? Time's changing.
I love to say, Ron, that if this pandemic had happened 10 to 15 years ago, we could not have functioned remotely the way that we are. The technology does continue to advance and it offers benefits. We just have to make sure those benefits are shared by everyone in New Jersey.
That's right. Okay, there's a couple more questions. I'm trying to see if I can. Is there going to be expected drop in dollar per kilowatt hour from New Jersey utilities, as presently fuel oil and natural gas are cheaper than electrical heating in monthly costs?
Bob, do you want to field that one or?
Yeah, I mean, I can't really speak to it. I mean, I defer to our colleagues at the Board of Public Utilities, but certainly as we move forward with clean energy policy, renewable energy policy, ratepayer impact is always a primary consideration.
Another question here. This sounds like a heavy burden to the rural, lower income portions of the state, like Salem County and other rural areas, while the concentrations of poor air quality are in urban areas? Will there be a city privilege revenue stream to support the rural areas?
Not
I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know if I follow, Ron. Are we talking about the electrification of heating?
Yeah, let me read the question again. This sounds like a heavy burden to the rural, lower income portions of the state, like Salem County and other rural areas, while the concentrations of poor air quality are in urban areas.
The one thing that I would say is certainly criteria pollutants do tend to congregate and be more higher in developed and near roadways. But the thing to remember with the climate change does not discriminate against geographic or even societal or even population density. New Jersey is one of the lowest lying states in the nation, not the lowest, but one of the lowest, and we are bound and determined to reduce those climate pollutants, which will adversely impact all of New Jersey. It's not just those in cities or in suburbs. So we understand that there is an overarching concern that if poor income are not necessarily going to be able to afford all of these. We are talking about a wholesale remaking of New Jersey's marketplace for both heating, cooling, transportation, and that is understood. And at this point, there is no plan as part of the initial rulemaking to require residences to convert to electric. Keep that in mind as we go forward over time, over the next 15, 20, 30 years. There will be hopefully our partners at the BPU will be very sensitive, as they are right now, to electric ratepayers. So overall, that has to be a consideration in rule development, as in all rule developments. But don't lose sight of the fact that climate pollutants are ubiquitous. They are everywhere. They do not discriminate in the short term. That's why we call them global warming pollutants. They're everywhere.
Well, that's, I think, the end of the questions in the question section of the webinar. And there were a lot of good questions and discussion. And thank you so much, Frank, Bob, and Peg, for your presentations and answering the questions. In closing, I would like to thank all our speakers, moderators, IT team, AWMA, and all of you who made this conference possible. The presentation slides will be available on AWMA and the department's websites, and we will let you know when that would be. Please complete the survey form, and happy Thanksgiving, and stay safe and healthy. Sonila?
Thank you, Ron. So just before all of us go and enjoy our Friday evenings, as there is the handout section. Hopefully all of you found it. The DEP's org chart is on there that people frequently request, so please go find that. The survey document is there. Please fill it out and send it to the email address, which is actually my email. I've already received a few, and everybody has given high marks to the content presented in the program today. So on behalf of AWMA, I would just really like to thank all the DEP presenters for the informative content presented at the program, and want to provide a special thanks to Ron, you, because you were really the liaison with the DEP for making the program come together. Tyrone Jordan and Anthony Teal for the IT logistics help. We couldn't have really done this without you. Christina Page, Lynn Mitchell, the moderators, and Christina, you being in the background and really helping us out. So it's always hard to put together the first virtual conference, but it worked out. And thank you all, and have a very happy and safe Thanksgiving holiday, and enjoy your Friday and the weekend. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sonila.